This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Got Me Talking by Casey Cox, narrated by John Solo. 1. Jeremy. I can't have sex with you. 6 words no one ever wants to hear during a hookup. Oh, hope deflates in my chest. Luckily, we're not too far into proceedings. Shirts have come off, my pants are around my ankles, and Anthony's hand is on my briefs, cupping my cock, which is also deflating. Why? I ask, dreading the answer. Well, he begins. It's just, I've never had sex with, Our eyes lock. He was going to use that word. It starts with R and rhymes with on guard, which is exactly how I am right now. I take a step forward, refusing to cower. I'm not going to let this asswipe reduce me to nothing just because I have a stutter. Yes? I challenge him to finish his thought. I'm just not into you. The vibe ain't right, okay? The vibe ain't right. Cringe. For a second, I almost feel sorry for the guy. Almost. Fine. I pull my pants up. Your loss. Grabbing my shirt off the floor, I slip my head through it. As I pull it over my chest, I deliberately slow the movement, letting the guy see exactly what he's missing out on. I may be a baker and enjoy sampling my creations every day, but my abs are rock hard and smoking hot, if I do say so myself. I leave his place without exchanging any more words. What's the fucking point? This is the story of my life. My parents took me to a speech-language pathologist right after my 3rd birthday, worried that my stammering was something more serious than just the normal struggle kids face when learning to talk. Years of speech therapy followed, but despite trying everything and doing my best, I haven't been able to eradicate my stutter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's a nightmare. My self-esteem shot to shit. My ability to make new friends, non-existent. Finding a hookup willing to fuck me? Well, we just saw how that went. One of the worst, most frustrating things is that I know exactly what I want to say, I just have difficulty getting it out. People often mistake my stutter as a sign I'm stupid or shy or nervous, but in reality it's none of those things. My mouth simply struggles to pronounce the word, sound, or syllable it needs to make. It's hard to describe, but it's like I can feel the disconnect between the word my brain is thinking of and my mouth's ability to enunciate it. I'm powerless to do anything about it. I have no choice but to stand there like a fool, watching as people judge me, laugh at me, or downright reject me. I want love. I want a boyfriend, but it's not fair or even realistic to expect I'll ever find someone willing to put up with a guy like me. I become so self-conscious about it, I only ever let a very, very small amount of people get close to me, people I can trust and feel safe and comfortable around. The bell jingles as I stomp through the front door of the bakery. "You're back," Tyler exclaims, spinning around. "How did it—" His face drops when he sees me. Don't want to talk about it. Fuck, my stutter gets worse whenever I'm tired, under stress, feeling hurried or pressured, or, as I am right now, angry. I wanted a hookup, not a one-way ticket into a spiral of self-doubt and loathing. Tyler used to be a vet at the clinic a few doors down. Then he met Daly, the owner of this bakery and my boss, and quit being a vet to work here. He's one of the few people I've ever met who didn't even bat an eyelid when I opened my mouth. He makes me feel seen and heard. But even though he's become a good friend, I'm too raw now to open up to him, too in my head about what just happened. Despite not saying anything to fuckface because there'd be no point, the short walk back from Anthony's apartment has left me fuming. Who the fuck does he think he is to treat me like that? I need some time to process what just went down. Going to rage bake. I tip my head toward the kitchen out back. Of course, buddy. Tyler smiles empathetically. I'm here if you want to talk. Or dance. Dance? He nods, smiling. Yeah, I'm YouTubing and learning all the moves from Britney's Oops, I Did It Again era. I feel like it's my patriotic duty or something. You're an idiot. I shake my head, but I'm smiling, so Tyler got what he wanted. He has a talent for using humor to cut through pain and make you feel better. I'm offended, buddy, he says, trying to sound like he's actually offended and not pretending like I know he is. Last week you called me the king of all idiots. Now I'm just a regular old idiot? Feels like I've been downgraded. He shoos me away. Now go. Bake up a storm. Deal. Come out when you're ready. Thank you. I do just that and start baking up a storm. Lately, I've been spending my mornings creating delicious treats for the bakery, and then after lunch, when my shift ends, I stay back to work on my side project, organic animal treats. It's an idea I got when Tyler and Daly were organizing a RuPaul's Drag Race event to attract more customers. I went out to buy some animal treats, only to discover most of the pre-made stuff is filled with nasty chemicals and low-quality ingredients. At first, I assumed it was because companies were being cheap, but as it turns out, making organic stuff is harder than I thought. Contrary to popular opinion, animals won't just eat anything, and since there's no way for me to taste test the stuff as I make it, it's a long process of trial and error. Daly lets me use the bakery's kitchen since the one at my place is way too small. I pay for the ingredients myself, and we ask customers who bring their pets in if they'd mind them sampling my latest creations. The next few hours fly by. I get lost in my work. My current obsession is working sardines into the mix. They're so good for dogs, since they're a great source of protein. I haven't had much luck with my last few batches, so I'm hoping adding some cheese into the treats will work. I mean, is there a living creature, human or canine, who can resist cheese? How's the best baker in Brookhaven who isn't my grandmother doing? I look up to see Daly popping his head in the doorway. Hey, buddy. He comes in. Tyler's right behind him, and, oh shit, it's already closing time. I can finish up fuck. I'd actually zenned out while I was baking these past few hours, but my mouth just doesn't want to cooperate today. Daly and Tyler don't say anything. We've talked about this. To their credit, they're the ones who brought it up. What to do when I get into a stutter spiral. They asked whether I'd prefer for them to finish the sentence for me or wait and let me get it out myself. I prefer the latter. I know it's the more tedious option, especially for whoever I'm conversing with, but it's important for me to be able to finish what I want to say. I can talk. It just takes me longer to express myself. A lot longer, sometimes, but I feel safe with these guys, and I know they'll wait as long as it takes for me to get my words out. Oh, I finally say. That's fine, man, it's up to you, Daly says. You've got a set of keys. If you're on a roll, you can stay as long as you like and lock up when you go. Thanks. I watch Daly and Tyler as they move about the kitchen, packing up their stuff, getting ready to leave. They're so great together. One of those couples who brings out the best in each other. I'm happy for them, even if it reminds me of something that in 27 years I've never had myself, and most likely never will. I've got a lifetime of meaningless hookups to look forward to. If I can find a guy willing to fuck me, that is. Tyler slings a messenger bag over his shoulder. Are you ready to let me teach you some Britney dance moves? I smile. It's his way of asking if I'm ready to talk about what happened earlier. Because, he continues, I've come up with a totally epic reimagining of Britney's Stronger video. All you need is a chair, a pair of form-fitting black tights, and no fear about doing a cartwheel that could possibly lead to sustaining a neck injury. I shake my head, grinning, and wipe my hands down the front of my apron. Have I missed something? Daly asks, approaching Tyler, sliding his arm around his boyfriend's waist. Had a hookup before. Guy stopped things when he heard me speak. Oh man, that sucks. Daly's face twists in anger, which is something that rarely happens. He's one of the most laid-back guys I know. What a fucktard. I sighed despondently. Yeah, I've basically given up on having a relationship. But when even what's meant to be a simple hookup gets this complicated, I'm starting to think celibacy might be a better option. Why keep putting myself out there, only to get shot down when guys discover this about me? I've been thinking, Tyler begins. I groan as Daly lets out an, uh-oh, this could be dangerous. Unperturbed by our less than enthusiastic responses, Tyler presses on. Fine, I'll save the choreo for another time. He turns to face me, his jokiness replaced by something more earnest. You're going to New York next week, right? Yeah, I'm visiting a couple of old friends. Well, when you're there, jump on Grindr and update your profile. To what? Daly asks. You want sex, right? Tyler asks me. I nod because, basically, yeah. Great. So since you're chasing a release and not a relationship, put that out there. I'm confused. Huh? Why do you even need to talk to the guy you're going to have sex with? Because it would be weird not to. Daly jumps in, expressing exactly what I'm thinking. Or, Tyler counters, it could be the hottest thing ever. Think about it, you guys. You've got a sexy small-town baker all alone in the big city about to get fucked by a totally anonymous stranger. No words exchanged. Just bodily fluids? Exactly. Tyler's eyes light up so brightly I don't have the heart to tell him. I was kidding. I contemplate his suggestion for a few moments. Maybe it's not as crazy an idea as I first thought. Get all the practical stuff out of the way during your online chat, Tyler continues. Because once you've figured out what you both want, and you've made sure you're compatible, what else is there to say? Okay, now it's starting to sound a little impersonal. But, on the other hand, I haven't gotten laid in a long time. A very long time. And after today's little fiasco, a guaranteed hookup where my speech impediment doesn't even come into play sounds pretty amazing. I'll think about it. Great. Tyler claps his hands together, his eyes darting mischievously between Daly and me. Would showing off my latest dance moves help you think? No! Daly and I cry at the same time. We crack up laughing, and I feel better than I have all day. Maybe Tyler's idea isn't so bad after all. Maybe I should organize an anonymous silent hookup when I'm in New York. I'm horny as hell, and I'll never have to see the guy again, so I won't have to deal with any post-sex awkwardness. The more I think about it, the better it sounds. By the time I'm tucking myself into bed that night, post a quick solo session in the shower, my mind's made up. Tyler's idea, it's actually pretty genius. It's settled. I'm totally going to arrange a silent hookup in New York next week. 2. Montgomery. Jeremy, get back here. I close my eyes and exhale deeply. I'm exhausted, jet-lagged, and if I ever hear the name Jeremy again in my life, it will be too soon. Even though I was seated a few rows ahead of the woman currently chasing her toddler through the crowded baggage collection area at JFK, I still had the displeasure of hearing her scolding her child for the entire 8-hour flight from London to New York. Jeremy, sit still. Jeremy, eat your food. Jeremy, don't touch that man's toupee. I felt especially sorry for the bald man sitting directly in front of the very energetic toddler and his exasperated mother. My left ear pops, a delayed reaction, and I can hear the sounds around me all the more clearly now, including, Jeremy, Mommy needs you to be quiet while she makes this phone call. Why does the woman preface every sentence to her son with his name? Is that an American thing? Because I'm pretty sure I haven't noticed British parents doing that. I shuffle away from her and Jeremy through the crowd of equally exhausted, jet-lagged, and in more than a few cases smelly people waiting for their luggage as the carousel starts spinning. Just a few more minutes, I tell myself, and then my new life can begin. Of course, My suitcases have to be amongst the last to come through, an honor I share with Jammy's mother, who, along with the few other irritated stragglers, is huddled near me again. 3 offensively pink bags get spat out the top of the chute. I hear, "Jeremy, stay here while Mommy gets our bags." "Here, let me help you," I offer. The woman looks up at me. Her brown hair is a mess. Her eyes are light, almost caramely brown. Underneath her abrasively loud mommy facade, I can see she's exhausted. "Thank you." Her shoulders slump. "You have no idea how much of a nightmare it is to fly with a toddler." "Oh, I think I do." She points out her luggage like I hadn't already guessed it to be hers, and I pick it off the carousel, placing it at her feet. "Thanks." "You're welcome." "British," she says, assessing me. "Explains a lot." I quickly yank my own luggage off the carousel before it passes by and ask, "Excuse me?" She looks me up and down. You're British, right?" "I am." "Figured as much. The nice clothes, the way you walk, your politeness." Do I ask for clarification about how any of those traits imply Britishness, or do I just bid her farewell and make a hasty retreat? "Jeremy!" she shouts, and starts after her energetic bundle of joy. Guess that settles that. I vocalize to literally no one, since I'm now the only person left standing by the baggage carousel. I lengthen out the handle on my luggage and wheel it out of the airport. Once outside, I take a few deep breaths and look up at the sky. It's an overcast but relatively warm late winter day. The first day of my new life. It only takes a few minutes for my Uber to show up, and then we begin the journey to Manhattan. The driver has the decency to remain silent for the duration of the trip. Perfect. Just what I've been craving. Peace and quiet. I stare out the window, taking it all in. My mother was American, from Southern California, and I was actually born in the U.S. before she made the decision to follow my father to England. So, I have been to the States a few times, but I've never made it over to the East Coast. It has a completely different feel to it. I'm in New York for a few days. I start my job at the Vet Shop Boys Clinic next week. It's based in Brookhaven, Virginia. Truth be told, I had never even heard of the small town. I've Googled it, and it looks perfectly nice, but hardly a bucket list destination. Hence I'll be spending a few days in the Big Apple, ticking off all the usual touristy things. That should help keep my mind off the calamity that has been my life these past few years. Because this is a new start for me. A new chapter, which, ironically, is what I had told myself when I turned 40, 3 years ago. Didn't happen then, so here's hoping for better luck this time. I get dropped off out the front of my hotel and check into a decent mid-sized room. I could have splurged and gotten something bigger, but I'm still getting used to the fact I've recently inherited a lot of money. Money I would return in a heartbeat in order to have my mother back. I unpack and settle into a comfortable chair overlooking a gorgeous view of another building. It must be an office tower because all I see is floors upon floors of worker bees at their desks. I check the time on my phone. It's just gone 3 in the afternoon. I should try and stay awake until at least 9. After a good night's sleep, I'll hopefully be back to feeling human again tomorrow. I haven't made any plans for today, but going for a walk and getting some air might be a good way to stay awake and get my bearings. I'm about to leave when a notification pops up on my phone, requesting a review of my driver from the airport. I give him 5 stars for staying silent the entire way and log out. I go to switch my phone off when another app catches my eye. The unmistakable black and yellow of Grindr. Without thinking, I tap into it, then log out before it loads properly, then reopen it, then shut it down again. My thumb hovers over the icon. My head feels heavy, and I can't tell if it's from the jet lag or the confusion I've been experiencing these last few years. I'm straight. I downloaded the decidedly not so straight app a few years ago out of curiosity more than anything else. I never foresaw what ended up happening. I bypass Grindr and click through to check my voicemails. But I'm not looking for any new messages, no. Instead, I'm replaying a message from my now dead mother, which I'm sure is a completely psychologically healthy thing to do. It's not even a particularly interesting or special message. She left it about 6 months before she died. In it, she asks what time I'll be coming over to her place, and whether I feel like fish and chips for dinner. But it's hearing her voice, the softness and warmth of it, the familiarity, and the love imbued in it. That's what always gets me. And, of course, the last 3 words. The same words she used to end all of our phone calls. Love you, kiddo. I'll never hear those words again. She's gone, and my father has been out of the picture since my parents divorced when I was 12. Mom chose to stay in the UK in the hopes that one day he and I would rekindle our relationship. She said she had even grown to like the weather, which I always suspected was a lie. Sunny Southern California versus gray old Blighty. It's not even a contest. My father remarried and never bothered to maintain any sort of relationship with me beyond obligatory occasions like birthdays and Christmas. So it was just me and my mother. And now, it's just me. And that random voicemail. I usually delete my voicemails once I play them, so I have no idea how that one snuck through. I discovered it on my phone a few days after she died, and now I'm kicking myself for not keeping more of them. Someone should come up with a system, a digital vault, where you can store messages you get from people that get deleted off your phone, but then you can retrieve when they die and are desperate to hold on to whatever tiny pieces you can of them. My mom got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis 10 years ago. It came as a shock, but luckily her symptoms were mild and it looked like they were manageable. She was relatively young and healthy, so her rate of deterioration wasn't too bad. Until everything changed. 3 years ago, a week after I turned 40 to be precise, she had a stroke. She went from being in good health to suddenly developing every type of complication known to man. Chest and bladder infections, paralysis in her right leg, chronic and ongoing muscle spasms, depression. She copped it all, and she copped it hard. Her parents visited from America as often as they could, but since she had no siblings, and neither do I, the burden of caring for her fell on me. She insisted on getting professional care, and we did that for all the tricky things like therapy and even daily bathing when it came time to require help with that. But she needed me to be there with her for everything else, and I wasn't about to abandon her. When multiple tumors were discovered in her breasts and lungs, and she was given a 6-month prognosis to live, I quit my vet job in London and moved in with her. That was 3 years ago. 3 years of my life I never want to revisit again. Watching her deteriorate and being absolutely powerless to do anything about it is something I don't think I will ever get over. I've always been a carer, a nurturer. It's in my blood. At the very core of who I am, it's one of the reasons why I became a vet. If I can help, I will. Always. Being unable to do anything for the person I loved most in the world almost destroyed me. It was at that point in my life that I turned to Grindr. I had started questioning my sexuality in my late 30s, but I didn't join Grindr hoping for a hookup. I don't really know what I wanted. Maybe just to feel like a part of something, like I belonged somewhere and made sense. I wasn't looking to meet anyone, and I certainly wasn't prepared for what unfolded. I can't even remember who messaged who first, but quite quickly I fell into an easy conversation with a bloke called Darcy. We established very early on neither one of us was interested in sex or even in meeting up, despite both of us being on an app designed specifically for those purposes. He was married to a woman and questioning his sexuality. He needed someone to talk to. And for the first time in my life, so did I. Despite having an American mother who was very open and expressive with her feelings, and always encouraged me to be the same, I, unfortunately, took after my father in the communication department. Stiff upper lip. Keep calm and carry on. I was, and still am, very much the epitome of every British stereotype when it comes to talking, except it seems to a stranger on the sex app. It was probably the knowledge that I would never see him in person that gave me the courage to express my innermost feelings. I found myself not only speaking with Darcy, but pouring my heart out to him. About everything. My questions about my sexual identity, the situation with my mother, my general unhappiness with the way my life was turning out, my determination to swing things around and make my 40s my best decade ever. My mother tried to convince me they would be. I'm 43, so I suppose there's still time, but I fear her optimism may have been misplaced. My life is a calamity, and despite the change of location, I'm not holding out much hope things will be all that different here. My gaze returns to the Grindr app. I should probably delete it. Darcy and I agreed that after 3 years of talking online, we would have one final chat, and that would be it. That took place the day before I left the UK. He has spoken to his wife about his feelings, and they have agreed to go to therapy together, while my mother has passed away and I am embarking on a new phase in my life. We have served each other's purpose well. There's no need for me to keep the app, but for whatever reason, I log into it once more. I have, from time to time, browsed through the available offerings. While I am mildly curious, I'd never been tempted to reach out to anyone else. Caring for my mother has been my one and only focus these past few years. It left me no time for pursuing anything else. My eyes linger over the images, a combination of headless torso pics as well as a few headshots, and even some photos of fully clothed men. I scroll, scanning row after row, and then I stop. It's a close-up image of 2 narrow eyes framed by dark, wide eyebrows. I've always been an eye man. It's the first thing I notice about a person. It's a tired expression, but eyes really are the window to the soul. You can tell a lot by a person from their eyes. What mood they're in, whether they're a decent person, how bone-tired they are after a long flight with a rambunctious toddler. And this man's eyes are, in a word, captivating. And his moniker is cute, too. Don't speak. I smile, wondering if it's a subtle reference to the No Doubt song of the same name. I click into his profile, but there are no other photos of him, so I have no way of gauging his age. I read his description. Visiting New York, only looking for sex. No awkward chit-chat or small talk. In fact, no words at all. Let's discuss everything beforehand, so when we meet we can both do the thing we want to do. Interested? Actually, I am. A rush of blood plumps my dick, reminding me the last 3 years have also been sexless years, not counting the occasional masturbatory shower at the end of a long day. With my heart rate suddenly escalating, I perch myself on the edge of the bed and start tapping out a message. Maybe it's because I've had several years of practice communicating on this app with Darcy, or perhaps it's because I've spent even more time than that fantasizing about having a same-sex physical encounter. Whatever the reasons, and despite having never been with a man before, and having horrible communication skills in face-to-face encounters, I have no difficulty in telling, don't speak, exactly what it is I want to do. 3. Jeremy. The knock on the door startles me, even though I'm expecting it. Monty Python is here. That's the guy I've been chatting to on Grindr's name. His first name actually is Monty. Well, Montgomery, but he says no one ever calls him that. He's from the UK, and the Python thing is a reference to some British comedy show, and not the size of his penis. Yes, I asked. Yes, I found it amusing. Yes, I was the only one who found it amusing. Guess humor is one of those things that gets lost in translation sometimes. Still, I must have done something right because Monty, TV show not penis-sized python, kept chatting with me. After recovering from my ill-fated attempt at humor, the conversation veered to the topic we were both there for: sex. Details were exchanged right down to the nitty-gritty because, as I specified in my updated bio, I don't want to exchange any words when we meet. This is about sex. Nothing more, nothing less, and nothing else. We're both on board with that. The only thing Monty was slightly vague about was when he mentioned he wasn't very experienced with men. He didn't offer any more details, so I checked to make sure he wasn't married or in a relationship with anyone, because that would have been a deal-breaker for me, and he said he wasn't. I don't have any way of knowing if he's being honest with me, but at least I did the right thing and asked. There's another knock on the door, louder this time, so I scurry over to let him in. I'm tempted to take a peek through the peephole, but I've kept the guy waiting long enough, so I just swing the door open, and holy mother of woe! Despite discussing our sexual preferences to the minutest detail and ogling the one bare-chested pic he had on his profile, one thing that escaped mention was any talk of age, because the guy standing at my door is older than me, much older than me. He'd have to be 40 at least. He's got close-cropped brown hair that's half-turned silver, a handsome but weathered face with horizontal lines across his forehead, and 2 pronounced vertical lines between his eyes which are a dark, impenetrable green. There's a 5 o'clock shadow dusting his cheeks and a steeply cut jawline. Even though he's sort of smiling, he's got a hard, broody edge to him. It's not dangerous or scary, more like sexy as fuck. Works for me. Monty stands in the hotel hallway, not moving, not saying anything because, oh, that's right, we're not meant to be talking. For a second there, I'd forgotten my own number 1 rule. I usher the guy into my room with a hand wave. He steps in, leaving me to breathe in a cocktail of sandalwood and patchouli in his wake. I like a man who smells good. Monty looks around. There's not that much to take in. The original plan had been to stay with my friends, but their place is getting fumigated, so I had to resort to finding my own accommodation. I scored a good deal on a cheap hotel room. It's got the essentials: a bed, a private bathroom, and it doesn't stink. Didn't break the bank either. I love being a baker, but it's not exactly a lucrative career. I'm about to ask whether he would like a drink, but then I remember the whole no-talking thing. He turns around, and our eyes meet. Even though it's early evening, I've got the curtains closed. The only light in the room comes from a lamp in the corner. Maybe I'm imagining it, but under his cool, calm exterior, Monty's giving off a slightly uncertain vibe, which makes sense if he's as inexperienced with guys as he claims to be. I decide to take the lead. Despite the complications that arise occasionally due to my stutter, I like being the one who sets the pace, especially when I bottom, like we've agreed to. Monty never takes his intense eyes off me. It's like he's absorbing me, as well as his whole no-talking situation, which, let's face it, is unusual. But I'm not prepared to run the risk of opening my mouth and getting rejected all over again. I'm still not entirely over what happened with that dickweed last week. I don't want my time in New York marred by a similar event. I give Monty a proper once-over. He is older than I expected. Older than any guy I've ever slept with. But I'm attracted to him. He grins, his eyes tracing down my body. Maybe I'm younger than what he expected, too. He seems to be on board with it. Still, it wouldn't hurt to check. But how to do that without words? I get an idea. Smiling, I reach for the hem of my shirt and, in one swift motion, peel it off. Monty's gaze drops lower again. This time, his grin turns wolfish. I take it as a good sign he's into me, and I'm happy I didn't have to resort to a tacky thumbs-up gesture to establish that. He mirrors my movement, taking his shirt off as well. Shit, the man is ripped. Broad shoulders, nicely defined pecs, and abdominals to rival mine, all smattered in a light coating of short, dark hair. There's a certain assuredness about him that must come with age because it seems to be overriding his lack of experience with men. He takes a step forward. I do the same, licking my lips. He notices. His eyebrow quirks. He approves? We keep inching closer, the space between us disappearing until we're standing less than a foot apart. This close, his smell grows stronger, more enticing. I breathe it in. I reach out and touch him, skating my fingers along the ridge of his shoulder down to his pec. I flick his nipple. He feigns being hurt and rubs it with his fingers. I smile. He's hot, smells good, and is funny. Think I'm onto a winner here. Time to make a move. I drop to my knees before him and unzip his jeans. Tucking them down his thighs, I take a moment to appreciate the impressive bulge I'm at eye level with. It's big, but he doesn't appear to be fully hard yet. Looks like that's my first challenge, then. I get to work, hooking my fingers into his waistband and pulling his briefs down, having them join his jeans. He's uncut and semi-hard, so I lean forward and ghost my breath over his dick. No response. He doesn't go soft or anything, but he doesn't steal up either. Weird. I try a soft lick, running my tongue around the tip of his cock, lapping gently on his foreskin. Still nothing. Before I can start to worry I'm doing something wrong, Monty drops down next to me, grips my hips with his firm hands, and bolsters me until I'm standing upright. In no time, he yanks down my pants and underwear and curls his fingers around my erection, giving it a few tugs. Then he peers up at me. The ceiling fan spins in his green eyes. His mouth opens, as if he wants to ask for permission but can't due to the no-words rule. I nod, answering his unspoken question, and he leans forward, swiping the underside of my crown with his tongue. A moan leaves me as Monty zeroes in on the thick droplet of pre-cum purling at my tip. He brings his thumb and index finger together, squeezing out the drop. He pauses, gazing at it for a moment on his fingers. If he's as inexperienced with men as he says he is, the thought crosses my mind whether he's ever tasted another guy's cum before. He licks it up, and I get my answer. He's at least tasted mine. He kicks his pants and underwear off. His legs jut out straight underneath me. I notice his cock is fully hard as he starts throating me. He's slow with the movement, deliberate, maybe even a little cautious. I like the idea of being one of only a few guys he's done this with. With one hand pressed against my lower abdomen and the other wrapped tightly around my base, Monty relaxes and takes more and more of me in. His head bobs in a smooth motion, and I let my fingers fall to the side of his face, gently scraping his lightly stubbled cheeks as he moves up and down. For someone who claims not to have much experience with guys, the dude sucks cock like a champ, finally lifting his fingers off my base, taking all of me in. He makes a strangled sound when I hit the back of his throat, so I instinctively pull away. But his hands clamp down on my ass, and he forces my cock deeper into his mouth. Okay, he's telling me he's up for a mouth fuck. A little surprising, but I'm flexible and more than happy to assist with that. I cup the sides of his face and guide him onto my cock, then push him back. On, then back. On, then back. I do this a few times to get him used to it. Once he is, I decide to test him out, spearing my cock into his mouth. He likes it. He's rock hard and jacking himself off as I ravage his mouth, getting off on this as much as I am. Guess giving head turns him on more than getting head. Again, I am happy to oblige if that's the case. We continue. I roll my hips and start fucking harder and harder into his mouth. It's way too soon when I reach the point where I can tell I'm going to come. I pull him off me, hoping for a reprieve. I don't get one. He replaces his mouth with his hand, jerking me off with quick, rapid movements that do nothing to quell my impending orgasm. I go to swat his hand away, but when I look down, Monty's mouth is open and he's jerking me off in that same direction. The implication is clear. He wants my load. God, silent sex with a hot, older, fit-as-fuck British guy is way hotter than anything I'd pictured when Tyler came up with this crazy idea. Monty keeps jerking me off with a tight grip. His pace picks up even more, and I feel a familiar tingle in my balls. It's not long until the first rope of cum erupts from my slit. It streaks Monty's cheek. He adjusts, moving quickly to clamp his mouth over my cockhead as I unleash. He stays there until I'm done, pauses, then jolts his head back, swallowing my release. The aftershocks of my orgasm make me unsteady on my feet, so I stagger over to the bed. Monty gets up off his knees and we collapse together onto the mattress. His lips pull into a smile and it looks like he's about to check in with me but stops himself when he realizes that would be against the rules. It would be, but damn, I wish it wasn't. I'd love to hear his voice, and I can't deny I'm curious to find out what sort of British accent he has. There are so many to choose from. Is his all posh and proper? Or does he come from somewhere like Liverpool or Manchester? Because those accents, I can barely understand a word, still sexy as hell, though. I'm tempted to grab my phone and tap out a message asking him to say a few words, but stop myself because that would be all sorts of weird. Besides, the no-speaking thing is my rule. I can't change it midway through and expect him to go along with it. Who knows? He probably has his reasons why this arrangement suits him, too. We're on the bed. I'm staring up at the ceiling, catching my breath while Monty lies propped on his side looking at me. Again with the intense looking. For whatever reason, it's not creepy or weird. It's actually sort of nice. But we're not here for nice. We're here to fuck. I lift myself so I'm sitting. We discussed preferences and positions during our online chat, so that side of things has been sorted. I'm verse, Monty's atop. So we agreed that I'd bottom. But before we get to that, I lean over, making it clear I want to kiss him. We kind of skipped that part before, and before I have him inside me, I'm determined to find out what kind of kisser this sexy British silver fox is. 4. Montgomery. Jamie leans over and looks like he wants to kiss me. Jamie, that bloody name. It put me off during our Grindr chat, since the last thing I want to be reminded about when organizing my first ever hookup with a man is an overly energetic toddler. But I pushed past that, just like I had to overlook adult Jamie's tragic lack of knowledge about Monty Python, and the equally tragic joke he made about it. I'm very glad I stuck it out, because adult Jamie is one mighty fine specimen. His eyes, those same ones that caught my attention and brought my scrolling to a halt, are even more beguiling in real life. The lighting is too dim in the room for me to properly make out the exact color. All I can gather is that they're somewhere in the vicinity of hazel. I find my gaze being drawn to them over and over again. He's got a long, angular face with cheekbones models would kill for. His hair is long enough to twist fingers into, but thankfully not long enough to put into a hideous man bun. It's a caramel color, made lighter by the occasional golden strand. And he's got earrings in both ears, thick silver hoops with little balls on them. Not something I ever thought I'd find attractive on a man, but it looks great on him. But the biggest surprise of the evening so far has been his age. He's younger than I anticipated, a lot younger. He looks to be in his mid-20s, which puts a decade and a half between us, at least. However, all the non-verbal cues I've been getting from him, and they are all non-verbal since no talking is the number one rule here, seems to indicate he likes what he sees as much as I do. And he is leaning in for a kiss, so there's that as well. I extend my arm and wrap my fingers around the back of his neck as Jamie comes down on top of me. Technically, this is the second time he is, coming on me, but this moment is different than before. The frenetic energy of earlier has given way to a calmness. He finds me with his mouth, his lips landing softly on mine. A warm, gentle breath escapes out of him as his eyes flutter shut. I trace my tongue over the seam of his upper lip, taking my time, enjoying the sensation of our mouths meeting for the first time. I let my eyes drift to a close, and for the first time in 3 years I surrender completely. This is what I need out of tonight. I don't want to grieve or talk or feel. I don't want to think about medication schedules, funeral arrangements, or why life is so unfair and good people get burdened with such horrible things. I just want to be. I think I've earned the right to be selfish for just one night. The kiss progresses but stays lazy, both of us content to let our tongues linger and explore at their own pace. Kissing a man feels nice. I let myself enjoy the contrast of plush lips with skin that, while still soft, is tougher than a woman's. This is all brand new for me. I downplayed how inexperienced I was with men during our online chat, not wanting to burden him with the pressure of being my first time. I don't need him feeling like he has to go to any great lengths to make this memorable or exciting for me. It already is. Despite being somewhat reserved and unexpressive, sex, funnily enough, has always been the one area where I've been able to directly communicate what I like and what I want. That served me well in the past, given my preferences are somewhat odd. I hold the rare, almost unheard of, distinction of being a male who doesn't derive pleasure from oral sex, at least not receiving it. Giving it? I could do it for days until my jaw unhinges itself from overuse. That's why it wasn't working when Jeremy went down on me. For some reason it never does. I didn't want the poor chap to think it had anything to do with him and his skills like several women have in the past. So I flipped the situation, and the second I did, a switch ignited in some deep part of me, and I felt like I'd reached nirvana. There's something about bringing pleasure to a person using only my mouth that gets me off like nothing else. Well, almost nothing else. This kiss is pretty exquisite, and as Jeremy's hand lands on my neck and ventures south over my front, I'd say we've begun our journey to the main event. Remarkably, I'm not nervous about having sex with a man. I've always been a confident lover, and really, sex isn't rocket science. My philosophy is simple. Focus on my partner, maintain eye contact, make sure they come first. It's a highly, highly effective formula. Jeremy's fingers make their way down my body. The muscles in my abdomen tighten as he brushes over them before they dip lower, lower, lower. He palms my thickening cock, and while he does that, I'm trying to think of a way to bring up the issue of required supplies, without using words. I've acquainted myself with the number one rule of anal sex: lube, lube, and more lube. Problem is, there's no handy universal gesture for the stuff. So I go for tapping his bottom a few times and wriggling my index and middle fingers. Jeremy glances up at me and smiles. He bounces off the bed, giving me a bird's-eye view of his exquisite backside. His back is a wave of muscle, wide at the top, curving down into a tiny waist before rising up again for two thick muscular globes. I begin stroking myself as Jeremy retrieves the lube and condoms from the bathroom. He eyes me appreciatively when he returns to the room. He drops him onto the bed and makes a move to open the bottle of lube. I grab his wrist to stop him. There's something I'd like to try before we get to that, but, how to show him? I pull him down onto the bed and flip him onto his back, with me hovering over him. I plant a kiss on the side of his neck, then lick my way to his left nipple, then his right. His skin is a heady mix of salty and sweet, a lot like how his release tasted, actually. I've always wondered what another man's cum tastes like. I've sampled my own a few times over the years, so I had an inkling, and Jeremy's was lovely and sweet. But with this next thing I want to try, there's no way I'd ever be able to practice it on myself, unless maybe I was a contortionist, which I most definitely am not. I lick and nibble my way down his front, opening my mouth to slurp on each of his clearly defined abdominals like I'm downing an oyster fresh from the shell. I trace my fingertips delicately over his hip abductor, and it makes him shiver. I peer up to see him smiling. He's enjoying this. Excellent. I skirt around his erection and his balls, then hook my fingers into the backs of his knees, lifting his legs off the bed, giving me prime access. Again, I look up to check for any signs he doesn't want this. I raise my brows, asking for permission. He reads me well and gives me a smile and an enthusiastic nod in return. You never know with these things. I'm someone who doesn't enjoy receiving head. For all I know, Jeremy might not enjoy having his ass eaten. But since he's given me the all clear, I duck down and position my face inches away from his entrance. I lean forward, swiping my nose through his taint, inhaling his masculine scent. I grip my fingers into his cheeks to hold him in place as I bring my tongue to his hole. I don't do much at first, content to simply lie here for a few moments with my tongue pressed flatly against his silky warmth. And then a flick. Just one. Then another. Gradually, I start laving his hole. Eventually, I open my mouth and French kiss it, probing my tongue as far as it will go. Sounds of arousal spill out of Jeremy and fill the air, sending waves of warm ripples through me. I slide my fingers closer together over his cheeks, then pull apart, stretching him open. His hole is smooth, and such a pretty glistening pink. What a beautiful thing to feast on. I lose myself in him, unleashing my tongue in rapid, urgent bursts. Jeremy continues moaning, his body writhing with pleasure. I'm in my own blissed-out world, riding a euphoric high, getting off on him, getting off with nothing but my tongue. With one hand, I reach across the bed and flick open the lube bottle. I grease a finger and force my mouth off him. As much as I could continue eating Jeremy's ass forever, I'm keenly aware this is merely a pit stop on our journey. We've yet to arrive at our final destination. I push inside him, my gaze flicking between his ass and his face, delighting in the pleasure one finger brings him. I add another lube-slicked finger and do a scissoring motion to stretch him out in preparation for taking me. Another handy tip I picked up online. After a few minutes of getting him ready, I grab the packet of condoms, tear one open with my teeth, and cover my cock. I line my body up against his. I want to see his face, his every tiniest reaction as I enter him. I reach down and guide myself into his channel. My movements are measured, controlled, inch by careful inch, pushing in deeper. My eyes don't leave his for a second. I'm transfixed by him, in awe he can take me without flinching. I once tried inserting a small dildo. I felt the pain for days. I developed a profound respect for men who are able to bottom, especially when they're able to do it as exquisitely as Jeremy is. With my eyes snagged on his, I continue sliding into him until the very tops of my thighs touch his ass. He lets out a deep, whooshing sound once I'm fully seated inside him. Heat rises to the surface of my skin as he returns my gaze with a warm smile and an encouraging nod. Slowly, and with great care, I begin to rock my hips. Jeremy's breathing evens out, so I quicken the movement, pulling my cock halfway back before surging forward. Our hard, muscular bodies slap against each other in a way it doesn't with a woman. Everything looks, sounds, and feels so different, and yet so wonderfully good at the same time. I pull my eyes off him for a moment and squeeze them shut, which heightens my other senses, predominantly my hearing. A series of deep, raspy sighs and moans are spilling out of Jeremy, quickening in urgency as our bodies slam harder and faster together. I'd love to hear his voice and know what he sounds like, but we agreed to no words. I reopen my eyes and take him in, the sweat lining his forehead, his half-hooded eyes, his impressive body rippled with muscles. I reached for his cock, but started slapping against his stomach and began jerking him off. His moans reach a crescendo, and then I hear, "Oh, shh." Jamie covers his mouth in an attempt to stop himself from talking, but that's the only thing he's able to stop. I'm staring into his eyes as I feel his sticky warmth coat my fingers. His body quivers in sharp, abrupt movements as he falls into the abyss. I can't tear my eyes away from the beautiful, twisted way his face contorts, an image that sears straight into my subconsciousness. With great care, I withdraw out of him despite not having come. I have no desire to. Another quirk to add to the list. Yep, a 43-year-old man who doesn't enjoy receiving oral sex and quite happily has no need to orgasm every time he has sex. Hard to believe no one's snapped me up yet. I know. I lie down next to Jeremy, my fingers whispering over his skin. He drops his hand to my still, hard cock. I shake my head, hoping it communicates I'm fine with not coming. He frowns. I smile, bringing my fingers to his jaw, his cheek, brushing them up the sides of his temple. I tug on his earring, and he relaxes a little, smiling in return. He really is an exquisitely handsome man. I wonder what he does for a living, where he lives, what his story is. I'm tempted to break the cardinal rule, just to hear him speak, even if he only utters one word, just so I have something for future reference. I know what he sounds like when he orgasms, and yet I have no idea what his speaking voice is like. I shake that thought out of my head. That's not what this encounter was about. We both came here for sex, and we both got it. The only thing to do now is to get up and leave. There'll be plenty of time to reminisce about my first sexual encounter with a man later. 5. Jeremy. Someone sure is in a good mood. I finish icing the chocolate cupcakes I'm working on and glance over at Tyler. Am I? He smiles a little too knowingly. So did you get any dick in New York? Tyler? Daly walks in at that moment and swats his boyfriend across the chest. That is absolutely none of your business. Daly places an empty tray into the sink and turns to look at me, sporting a knowing smile of his own. Unless, of course, there is something you would like to share with us, Jer. These two, I swear they're as bad as each other. I'm just focused on these cupcakes, I reply innocently. I don't have to look up to see Tyler's eyes roll. We don't need details, but blink twice if you put the silent sex action plan to use, he persists. I finish what I'm doing, wipe my hands on my apron, and poke my head forward, producing an exaggerated double blink to satisfy their curiosity. Except, of course, it doesn't do anything other than ignite it even more. But before Tyler can subject me to an inevitable barrage of questions, I raise my hand. Yes, I had sex. Tyler moves closer, leaning his hip against the counter. No words. No words, I confirm. His eyes widen. Hot. I smirk. You have no idea. Monty gave me the best sex I'd ever had, even if he seemed less than enthused about me blowing him, and he didn't seem all that interested in coming either. But he was attentive, caring, and the way he maintained eye contact pretty much the whole time, I never realized how hot that could be. I've got those mysterious, broody green eyes of his committed to memory, too. The front doorbell jingles, forcing Tyler to leave the kitchen and attend to the customer. That doesn't stop him from making all sorts of squishy sex noises on his way out, though. I laugh. He really is one of a kind. He leaves Daly and me alone in the kitchen. He approaches. Don't worry, I come in peace. I'm not going to interrogate you. His hand lands on my shoulder. But I have to say I do agree with Tyler. You seem happier since you've been back. And that's all I want for you, buddy. To see you happy. Thanks. That means a lot. It really does. Daly's grandmother is the one who hired me, but it's Daly I've worked the closest with. When I first started, I limited my interactions with customers for obvious reasons, but slowly over time, and especially since the arrival of Tyler, I've come out of my shell more. I don't go out of my way to strike up conversations with people, but I feel so much more comfortable answering any questions they may have. Daly never pressured or hurried me. We spent many months working together before Tyler joined. There were plenty of stretches of time spent in silence, and yet, because of how relaxed and cool he was about things, it never got awkward. He just waited patiently until I worked up the courage to start opening up. I can't express how much I appreciate him doing that. It's just a shame I still run into fuckwits like Anthony who won't have sex with me because of my stutter. As much as I wish it didn't, encounters like that do set me back. They pierce into the wall of self-confidence I'm trying to build and knock it back a few pegs, forcing me to start again. Hence the need for me to seek out an experience like what I had with Monty in New York. The no-talking thing really worked. I never once felt self-conscious or like I was on the brink of getting rejected. And even though the dude says he's inexperienced, he gave me the dicking of a lifetime. He's an incredible kisser, and he eats ass like his life depends on it. The only downside is that I'll never get to see him again. I came close to giving him my number, which technically wouldn't have breached any rules since I could have done it without speaking, but I didn't. In all likelihood, our paths will never cross. He's probably a tourist visiting NYC like I was. Or maybe he was there on business. Who knows? It's not like he's going to stumble into a bakery in Brookhaven, Virginia. Besides, I know nothing about him. He said he was single, but he could have been lying. Maybe he's closeted. Maybe he's not looking for a relationship. Maybe he's the kind of guy who gets off having sex with anonymous dudes. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's not what I want. Even though I've accepted the odds of me finding a boyfriend and having a relationship are close to nil, a boy can still dream, right? Oh, have you heard? Daly asks, pulling me from my thoughts. Heard? What? A new vet has started at the clinic this week. Really? Daly knows I've been low-key crushing on the vets who work at the Vet Shop Boys Clinic down the street for as long as I've worked here. Too bad they're all taken. Guys like that, hard-working, animal-loving, genuinely good, and super fucking hot, don't stay single for long. As luck would have it, I keep missing my shot. One by one, they've all found their forever guy while I've watched from the sidelines. I don't begrudge them anything. I'm happy for them. I just wish I could find someone, too. Someone who sees me, hears me, and wants to be with me anyway. I have a few juicy tidbits of gossip about him. I flashed Daly a grin. You do realize that you're starting to sound like Tyler, right? He laughs. Well, he is the source of this information, but I thought it might be of extra special interest to you. Why's that? Well, for starters, the new vet is single. That is interesting. He's British, so he'll have a sexy accent. A frisson of excitement races through me. My mind races back to New York Monty, wondering what sort of sexy British accent he had. I'm bummed I'll never get the chance to find out. And from the quick glimpse I caught of him earlier today when I saw him walking into the clinic, I lean forward, eager for Daly to finish that sentence. He's a... What? I'm forced to prompt when he isn't forthcoming. I want to say silver fox, but I'm not sure if the term has become offensive. Only to wolves who are pissed foxes and getting all the glory. Daly laughs again. You can never be too careful. We've been hanging out with Fulton and Bishop, and you know Fulton is the non-gender-specific leader of the PC Army. I join in laughing because he really is. All the vets are great guys, each one unique and with their own sets of quirks and traits that makes them wonderful and special. And now a new vet has joined their ranks? Who's British, single, and potentially available? The key word being potentially. Just because someone isn't in a relationship, it doesn't mean they want to be. It is possible to be happy single, or at least not entirely miserable. And just because Mr. New British Vet and I are both single, it doesn't mean we're compatible. It's not even a sure thing we get along. But wouldn't it be nice if we did? I pushed the thought from my mind. There's no point in getting carried away fantasizing about a future with someone I've never even met, or whose name I don't even know. What's the new vet's name? Daly frowns. I do know it, but I can't remember it right now. He taps his temple as if to spur on his memory. It starts with an M. Mikey, Malcolm, something like that. But don't worry, you'll be able to ask him yourself. Huh? Gus plans on bringing him to the bakery on his weekly Thirsty Thursday mission this week. I chuckle. Baptism by fire. Exactly. Daly heads for the door. He turns over his shoulder and smiles. Who knows? Thursday could be the day you meet your forever vet. I shake my head and grin, turning my attention to my next batch of cupcakes. Although, I suppose it wouldn't kill me to spend a little longer on my hair on Thursday. I might even wear that tight-fitting white t-shirt Tyler says makes my guns look like boulders. And there I go, getting ahead of myself again. Am I so desperate for love I've resorted to picturing a future with some guy whose first name I don't even know? Why, yes, I am. There's pretty much a 99.99% chance that the M-named British vet and I won't hit it off, much less start anything romantic. But still, that does leave 0.01%. 6. Montgomery. I am not in a good mood. It could be because I've spent the better part of the day walking around with a splitting headache, piercing the entire left side of my head right into my eardrum. Or I can put it down to the 3 consecutive nights of terrible sleep I've had. The lumpy excuse for a mattress in the apartment I had rented before arriving in Brookhaven isn't fit for a dog to sleep on, much less a grumpy human. Or it might have something to do with the fact that instead of socializing with my colleagues after my 3rd day at my new job, I'm currently huddled in a toilet stall, with my phone pressed to my ear, listening to a voicemail from my dead mother. There will come a point when I have to delete the bloody voicemail and move on. Now is not that moment. This isn't exactly a great start to my new life. I never did share my mother's optimism that a change of scenery would be good for me, but since she pushed so hard for this and wanted me to be happy, I owe it to her to at least try. The memory of my good time in New York this past weekend already feels like a lifetime ago. My night with Jeremy may have been fleeting, but for some reason it still lingers beneath my skin. A stark reminder that after years of taking care of someone else, I have completely and utterly neglected myself, my wants, my needs. Another gloomy thought to add to the checklist. They just keep piling up. With a sigh, I end the call and step out of the stall to wash my hands, the reflection staring back at me in the mirror, confirming just how tired and downright miserable I feel. But there's no use standing in a men's loo feeling sorry for myself. All of the vets from the clinic are coming here tonight. For me, this is my first chance to properly meet them all, since the clinic has been a madhouse these past few days. I've barely had time to eat lunch and exchange anything more than a few pleasantries with the vets I've been rostered on with. I really shouldn't keep Gus waiting. It was so lovely of him to organize this. When I get back to the booth where I left him, there's a younger man by his side. "Monty," Gus says enthusiastically as I slide into the booth. "This is Tate, my boyfriend." "Oh, hello." I do my best to mask my surprise. Gus is a few years older than me, and Tate appears to be about the same age as Jeremy. An interesting coincidence, and quite the age gap. "Great to meet you." Tate brushes some hair off his forehead and smiles at me. "How are you finding things so far? It must be a big change, coming here all the way from London." "It is," I reply, "but a change is exactly what I'm after. Something different." Gus and Tate both chuckle as if they're in on some private joke. "If you want different, you're in for a whole world of it tonight." Tate turns to Gus. "Have you warned Monty?" "Warned me about what?" "Devos!" The three of us snap our heads in the direction of a young man hollering his way over to our booth. Another man, much more harried-looking, scurries behind him. "Is this the British vet?" the exuberant man asks when he gets to the table, planting both hands on it and squinting at me like I'm a zoo exhibit. "It is," Gus says. "Monty, meet Tyler. He used to work at the clinic, and despite our best efforts, we can't seem to get rid of him," Tate quips, earning him the royal standard of unimpressed eyebrow raises from Tyler. Tyler returns his squint back to me. "You're British, right? Can you say something in British?" The man who Tyler arrived with sends us a pleading look. "Hey, Gus, Tate, nice to meet you, Monty. I'm Daly. I own the bakery down the street from the clinic. Sorry about Tyler." What's going on with him? Gus's voice has a concerned parent lilt to it. Daly sighs. "He ate a gummy bear before, which he didn't realize was actually inedible. He has a history of eating things he's not meant to." I give a slow nod, even though I have no idea what he's referring to. "So he may be a little extra tonight. Just warning you now." "Ignore them." Tyler waves a hand. "I'll be the same level of extra I always am. Now back to Monty. He's from England, which is like the capital of Europe, you guys. I am dying to hear what his British sounds like." Everyone looks at me. Am I expected to actually respond? What in good heavens do I say in British? I opt for, "Hello, Tyler, Daly, it's lovely to meet you both." "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" Tyler squeals, clapping his hands together excitedly like he's won the jackpot. "I love that." Love what? I was just saying hello. I look at the others, puzzled. They're all grinning like this is all par for the course for them. Maybe Tate's right. Maybe I should have been forewarned. What have I gotten myself into? "How about we go to the bar and get you some water?" Daly suggests, and with a reluctant huff, Tyler gets up. "Fine, but when we get back, I have questions for Monty, specifically about the royal family. I'm assuming you know them." Daly whisks Tyler away, saving me from having to answer his question, because how do you answer a question like that? "So you didn't warn Monty, I see," Tate says, smirking into his drink. Gus laughs. "Tyler is one of a kind. I can assure you the other vets are a lot more—" Before he can finish his thought, I see a man wearing a T-shirt that reads, "Tick-tock for horses, clip-clop," along with a well-built man next to him. "You've met Fulton, right?" Gus asks. Yes, briefly, yesterday." I thought he looked familiar. He was wearing a no-prob-llama shirt. Interesting fellow. Seems to be a little on the quirky side. "And this is his boyfriend, Bishop. He owns the biggest animal shelter in Brookhaven." "Nice to meet you both." The men pile into the booth as Gus stares ahead. "Oh, and here comes Noah, the very definition of normal. And Mr. Nice Guy to boot, too." The handsome man approaches the table looking frazzled. "Weird question," he prefaces. "Anyone willing to be a human guinea pig on a new batch of dildo lube soap?" Dildo lube what? Gus chuckles nervously next to me, muttering what sounds an awful lot like, "Shut up, Noah, not in front of the new guy." "What about Chase? Where is he?" I ask. He's the person who, aside from Gus, I've spent the most time with. A nice normal fellow, from what I've gathered so far. "Oh, he couldn't make it," Tate replies. "Their pig sitter pulled out at the last minute." Not even going to ask. Right. I take a very long pull of my pint of lager. "And Lockie, our other new vet, couldn't make it either," Gus says. "Date night with his hubby." I'd said hello to him earlier today. Friendly fellow, even if his Aussie accent is so thick it makes it hard to catch everything he says. Eventually, once everyone is settled at the table, drinks in hand, a group chat gets underway. That's one thing I've always admired about Americans, how they're able to so easily strike up conversations with people they've just met. Even though it's a generalization, Brits on the whole tend to be more reserved, especially when first meeting someone. I learn a bit about each of the guys, how long they've been working at the clinic, snippets of stories about how they met their partners, what made them want to become a vet, that sort of thing. Despite the somewhat unusual start, as the evening wears on, their friendly banter puts me at ease. It's nice to be amongst a group of friends like this. I've never had a massive social circle, as I tend to collect friends as slowly as Tories react to catastrophes. With the few mates I do have, we've drifted apart from each other as we've gotten older. One by one, they all settled down and started families. That, combined with spending the last 3 years caring for my mother, has meant my pool of friends has become very shallow indeed. I've become isolated, lonely even. Sitting at a bar with this jovial lot only makes it clearer just how isolated and lonely. "What's your story?" Daly asks. "If you don't mind me asking, are you single? Married?" "Well, I'm single," I reply. "Was engaged once, but, it didn't work out." "Don't tell us you got dumped at the altar?" It's clear Noah means it as a joke, but unfortunately for him... Actually, that's exactly what happened. Tyler burst out laughing, thinking I'm kidding, but unfortunately for him... "Oh, shit!" He stops laughing when he notices no one else is. Turns out my bride-to-be had been screwing my so-called best man behind my back for 2 years. "That is terrible. I know exactly how that must feel," Gus says, launching into his own horror shit-show story of a partner who not only cheated on him for years leading up to getting married, but also on their actual wedding day after the ceremony. Makes my situation seem tame in comparison. "How did you end up applying for a vet position in the U.S.? Fulton asks me, trying to change the topic to something a little less depressing. But unfortunately for him, well, actually, I didn't. It was my mother. Silence falls over the table. Gus informed me he'd told the staff about the situation with my mother. I had to postpone my arrival here due to it, so he had to give an explanation. I actually preferred him delivering the news, as it saved me from having to. She was reading my copy of Pets Without Borders magazine one day and saw the advert Gus had placed in there. As you know, my mother was sick, dying. I exhale. She thought it would be a good idea for me to leave London for a bit, have a break, and try to get my head sorted. "We're all incredibly sorry for your loss," Gus says, and the others nod their heads solemnly. "Thank you." Great, now I'm the British buzzkill, the poor sap who got stood up at the altar and is grieving over a dead mother. I am excited to be joining you. I inject as much positivity as I can into my voice. From what I've seen in just these past few days, the clinic is extremely well run. We all love animals, Fulton explains. And each other, Gus adds. We're not just colleagues and friends, we're a family here. And even though you're new, you're one of us. Moving countries is a big deal, so please, know you are not alone. We've all got your back, Monty. Well, I'm taken aback at not only the affection of his sentiment, but the genuineness behind it. I look around the table and it's clear Gus's words reflect what everyone is feeling. I'm neither as expressive nor as open with my emotions as this group seems to be. The term emotionally numb has been bandied around to describe me, and that's by friends who know me well. I'm amazed a group of people I've just met can be so welcoming. Thank you, I say again, adding a smile this time. My headache seems to be dulling, which is a welcome relief. If this crew can be so nice to a prickly guy like me, then they really must be good people. And like any family, Tyler snaps his fingers, the effects of the edible starting to wear off. We have our traditions, right, Gus? Why, yes, Tyler, that is correct. Gus lights up. Tomorrow is Thursday, which means... He pauses to let the rest of the table sing in unison with him. It's Thirsty Thursday. Some things must get lost in translation between American English and British English, because even I know that Thirsty Thursday has nothing to do with actually being parched or wanting a drink. But poor Gus, the man is so excited to be taking everyone's coffee and drinks order this morning, I don't have the heart to tell him that in the UK Thirsty Thursday involves a lot more flesh than it does caffeine. With drink orders in hand, He and I set off to the bakery run by Daly and Tyler. "I hope the gang didn't scare you off last night," he says as we stroll down the street. "It's early spring, but there's still a crisp chill in the air." "Not at all. I was made to feel very welcome. I meant what I said. If there's anything you need, especially as you settle in, you can reach out to any one of us, and we'll do whatever we can to help out." "Thank you." Even though I won't take him up on it, I do appreciate the sentiment. I'm not the person who asks for help. I'm the one people can turn to. The dependable friend, the caring son. I handle my emotions the way they're meant to be handled, by suppressing them until they're squeezed down to a manageable size, and life can go on as if they're not there. Emotions are for other people. It's something my father used to say a lot, a belief I've picked up from him. It's a wonder, really, that I'm not the poster child for emotional stability. We get to the bakery as someone exits. They hold the door open for us, and a sweet, cinnamony smell fills my nostrils as we enter. Heavenly. I follow Gus in. "Yeah, the baker here is incredible. The best in town." There are no other customers inside, so we walk up to the counter. We're met with a much more muted devos from a much less affected-looking Tyler, smiling at us from the other side. "You're here to fulfill your Thirsty Thursday order, I take it?" he asks Gus. "I sure am." I chuckled to myself, eyeing off the incredible selection of pastries, cakes, and cookies on display. I really must have a quiet word with Gus about the meaning of that expression once we're on more familiar terms. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a door behind the counter swing open, and a figure emerges. "Hey, Monty," Tyler says to grab my attention. "Let me introduce you to our baker extraordinaire." I straighten up to be greeted by a pair of new, yet familiar, eyes. What the Before he can say anything more, the metal tray he's been carrying falls from his hands, dropping onto the tiled floor, making a horridly loud, clanging noise that makes everyone, myself included, cover our ears. As the sound reverberates around the bakery, my eyes lock with Jeremy. How can this be? "What on earth are you doing here?" I stammer once the clatter subsides. He looks just as good as I remember him, if anything better, with his hair gelled back and styled immaculately. Light catches on one of his earrings, and it glimmers brightly. My gaze lowers that tight-fitting white T-shirt he's got on, highlighting his massive biceps in all the right ways. Gus and Tyler's heads twist from left to right between us, like they're watching a tennis match on fast-forward. "You two know each other?" Gus asks, puzzled. Tyler's mouth flies open. "Wait, how do you two know each other?" Before either one of us can figure out an appropriate response, Jeremy spins on his heel and bolts, like a robber fleeing a crime scene, leaving me standing there, frozen in shock, blinking like a 43-year-old fool. 7. Jeremy. The M-named vet is New York Monty? What the actual fuck? I race into the kitchen at high speed to, hide. Even though the damage is done, he saw me. My mind is reeling. This doesn't make any sense. Earlier this morning, Tyler gave me the lowdown, dashing any hopes I may have had for a potential love match, since the new British vet they had drinks with last night told them he'd been engaged to a woman. But now the dots are connecting, and the new British vet is the guy I had silent sex with last week in New York. Talk about having my mind blown. Not the sexuality part. The guy could be bisexual or identify in a multitude of other ways, and that's all great. But it's the fact that he's New York Monty. What's he doing in Brookhaven, Virginia? He was supposed to be my one-time anonymous, no-words-exchanged hookup. And now he's here in the bakery I work at, starting a job a few doors down from here, which means, how am I supposed to keep up the no-words-exchanged part of our arrangement now? Hello, Jer, where are you? Tyler's voice rings out. I raise my hand so he can see where I'm hiding. A pair of legs in the skinniest of skinny jeans hustle over toward me. He crouches down. Why are you under the counter? Are you hiding from a guy or a tornado? My jaw tremors. Can it be both? Tyler grins. Well, you can relax. They've left. He joins me on the floor, hugging his knees into his chest. He looks at me with a soft smile. Is Monty the guy you had hot, silent sex with in New York? I nod. How did you guess? Well, he told us last night he had a layover in NYC last week, which was when you were there. Then I saw your reaction to him when he walked in with Gus. Wasn't hard to figure out you're the one he laid over. I may not be super great at mapology, but I have a PhD when it comes to sex and awkwardness. I let out a deep sigh. You and me both. My New York sex mission was meant to make me feel better about myself and help me regain some confidence I'd had tarnished by that douchebag who wouldn't have sex with me. Now, any progress I've made is completely shattered. I don't want to deal with Monty. The fear of him reacting the same way is something I can't handle, especially now that we're going to keep running into each other. Hey, Tyler strokes my arm. For what it's worth, I get the impression Monty is a good guy. A little grumpy, maybe, and weirdly not keen on sharing his British accent with me, but apart from those little quirks, he seems decent. They always do. That's the thing. Even people that seem decent can become douchebags when it comes to having sex with someone they perceive as being different. A painful lesson I've learned many times over. I mustn't look like I'm buying it because Tyler adds, and if he is a dickwad about anything, I'll get Gus to, I don't know, fire him and send him back to jolly old England. My lips pull into a grin. I'm 80% sure he's only kidding, but I 100% appreciate the sentiment. Turning serious for a moment, he asks, So, what are you going to do? How are you going to handle this situation with Monty? I shrug. There's really only one thing I can do. I'm going to avoid him at all costs. Operation Avoid Monty at All Costs, otherwise known as AMAAC. Hey, it may not be super catchy, but at least it's short. Does not go as planned. It got off to a promising start, though. For the first 2 weeks, I managed not to see Monty at all. He no longer accompanied Gus on his weekly Thirsty Thursday visits, and I made sure to cast a watchful glance around the bakery whenever I stepped out from the safety of the kitchen. Monty never came back. It was the ideal outcome, but right as I was getting comfortable, my optimism that this could actually work, that Monty and I could work on the same street without seeing each other, quickly faded. Seems the universe wasn't done playing with me yet. The first instance happened on the third Thirsty Thursday after his first and only visit. I'd been lulled into a false sense of security, so certain that Monty wouldn't rock up with Gus, that when Tyler said he needed to pop out and run some errands, I waved him away and assured him I could keep an eye on the place. Talking to customers still wasn't my favorite thing in the world, but most of our clientele were regulars who had seen me go from the quiet baker who never said a word to the guy who slowly came out of his shell. They were all fantastic, never once making me feel bad, so I felt I could handle a bit of time on my own. I'd done it before, without a hitch, but then I ran into a hitch. I heard the bell over the door jingle and made my way out of the kitchen. Thankfully, I didn't have anything to drop this time because standing at the doorway looking about as excited as I was to see him was Monty. Good morning. It's at this point I realize it's the first time I'm hearing him speak. He did say something to me on his first visit, but I'd been so shocked to see him it didn't register this time. Oh, it's registering. And wow, yeah, his British accent is super sexy. A deep voice and a slightly posh lilt to his words makes for a good combo. I try to settle my nerves, lift my chin, and manage something that hopefully resembles a smile. I'm sorry. The lines in his forehead seemed deeper than normal. I realize this is an awkward situation, but Gus was busy. Was he, though? In all my time working here, Gus has never missed a Thirsty Thursday, not one. I know how those vets operate. Tyler wouldn't betray my trust, but he's about as subtle as a sledgehammer. Gus would have figured out something had happened between me and Monty based on our interaction. Oh, and look, suddenly he's too busy to come by while Tyler has to run some mysterious errands. And here's Monty, popping over to get everyone's drinks, leaving us all alone with each other. Coincidence? I think not. I'd put money on them both standing a few doors down, willingly paying people not to come into the bakery and intrude on this moment. Fine, whatever. I can handle this. Monty steps forward cautiously. He looks great, wearing a light blue button-up that stretches nicely over his broad shoulders and tan pants that highlight he doesn't skip leg day at the gym. He hands me the piece of paper with everyone's orders on it, but my attention catches on his sleeves, which are rolled up to his elbows. His forearm flex is seriously impressive. I take the order list from him carefully, making sure there's no accidental finger touching. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and fulfill the man's drink order, determined not to say a word. So, how have you been? I switch on the coffee machine and it roars to life with a super loud noise. A big plume of steam billows out of it. I point to my ear and mouth, "Sorry." Monty gives a terse nod and steps away, busying himself by eyeing off the cabinet display. "These look wonderful," he says, admiring my creations. I would reply, but this coffee machine is being so darn noisy today. I swear it's like Central Station in here. I go through the drinks list from the top to bottom, only occasionally stealing a glance Monty's way. Even over the smell of pastries and caffeine, his scent wafts over to me. For a brief second, I close my eyes and breathe it in. I'm instantly transported back to that hotel room in New York. Monty's strong body on top of mine, those dark eyes penetrating into me as he penetrated into me. It was the hottest sexual experience I've ever had, no doubt about it. But the arrangement was meant to be a one-time thing only, a silent one-time thing. Him showing up here, being all effortlessly silver fox sexy, complimenting my baked goods and smelling so freaking amazing, was never part of the deal. I finish the order and place all the drinks into 2 cup trays. It's a lot for one person to carry, which is why there's always someone with Gus. I've saved from having to volunteer to help when Monty manages to scoop up both trays, one in each arm, resting them expertly against his forearms for balance. "Worked as a waiter one summer in Greece," he explains with a smile that is absolutely not charming or endearing in the slightest. "Picked up this handy little trick." I nod and head for the door, since he's going to need help with that. He's following close behind me, the masculine woodsy scent emanating from him sending sparks of heat shooting up my back. I heave the door for him and stand off to the side so he has room to get by. A shadow sweeps over his face as he walks up to me, and I suck in a breath. I can't talk to him. I just can't. I am so not ready for this. Please don't make this any weirder. Please don't bring up New York. Please just leave. Thankfully, that's exactly what he does, clearing his throat as he steps past me. Once he's outside, drink tray in each arm, he looks at me in a way that makes me feel like he's got X-ray vision into my soul. Or I have baking powder on my forehead. One of the two. He politely mutters, "Thank you, Jamie. Goodbye." Then heads back to the clinic. "Bye," I reply softly, grateful for getting it out in one go. I close the door and sag against it, releasing the breath I'd been holding. But if I thought that was the last I'd be seeing of Monty, I was wrong. Way wrong. It's like the universe witnessed that uncomfortable exchange and thought to itself, let's see how many more times I can make these two run into each other. because over the course of the next few weeks, Monty and I ran into each other at least 2 or 3 times every single week. It'd be funny if it weren't so mortifying. I suppose it was bound to happen since we were close to each other. That's where most of our incidental meetups happened, and each time they did, I was forced to scramble. It was fine if he was walking on the other side of the street. We could simply wave at each other and keep going. Easy. One time, though, we were both on the same side, approaching each other on the sidewalk, so I quickly dropped down to tie my shoelace. Problem was, I was wearing loafers. I hoped I was far enough away that Monty wouldn't notice I was just twiddling my fingers over the tops of my shoes as he stepped into the clinic, and so it went on. One time, he pulled up next to me at a red light mid-Saturday afternoon after my shift. Brookhaven is a small town, but come on, what are the chances of that? I had the window down since it was a warm spring day, and instead of just waving and praying for the light to change like I should have done, I stupidly picked up my phone and pretended to be talking. Not the smartest move, and because the universe really wanted to hand it to me that day, a case of the worst timing ever. A cop pulled up behind me, and when the light turned green, his siren started, and I copped a $125 fine for using a cell phone while driving. Still, at least it got me out of talking to Monty. I know. I'm acting immature, apathetic, and probably coming across as rude on top of it all, too. I don't mean to be, but even as I get more used to the idea of Monty becoming a background fixture in my life, I can't let go of the fear of him reacting badly when he finds out about my stutter. My usual source for gossip, Tyler, is remaining stubbornly and unusually tight-lipped about anything related to Monty. The only things I've managed to pry out of him is that Monty has asked a few of the vets about me, and that none of them have mentioned my stutter to him. When I asked why that was, Tyler looked at me like I was from another planet. Because no one sees it as a bad thing, so why would they bring it up? That made me happy and sad at the same time. Happy that the vet gang are treating me like they would anyone else, and sad that I'm the one who can't get over this hang-up. It's horrible enough getting rejected before having sex with someone. It's happened a few times, and it brings up all sorts of painful emotions, but at the very least I consoled myself that I dodged a bullet and avoided sleeping with a dick bag. But with Monty, it's totally different. He's been inside me. If he freaks out or has a bad reaction, it'll be 10 times worse. I wouldn't have dodged a bullet like I did with those other guys. I would have been hit directly in the heart, at close fucking range. If I have to keep coming up with ways to avoid the guy, even if it means he likely thinks I'm weird, antisocial, or just plain arrogant, then so be it. That's a price I'm prepared to pay. I am so not ready to open that can of worms. I am, however, ready to get my grocery shopping over and done with. It's been a long week, and in between working in the morning and staying back to work on my organic animal treats, as I suspected, the addition of cheese is proving to be a massive hit. I haven't had a single night off to chill, which is what I plan on doing tonight. I'll whip up some carbonara, take a nice long shower, and binge something on Netflix. It's pasta, not Monty, that's on my mind as I round the corner into the next aisle. But it's Monty, not pasta, that I spot coming around the corner at the other end. We see each other at the same time, and even as I ponder whether it's too late to crouch down and inconspicuously pull something from the shelf to hide behind, I know it'd be no use. Fuck. The pasta section is closer to my end than it is to his, so I hurry toward it, grab the brand I always get, and throw it into my cart. I spin around and head back the same way I came to make my getaway, my pulse throbbing in my ears, and yeah, I feel like a total douchebag. I cast a quick look over my shoulder, which, like my genius idea to pretend to be talking on my cell while driving, is a very bad move, because the second Monty's eyes register I'm looking at him again, he pushes his shopping cart to the side and lowers himself until he's lying on his back in the middle of the aisle, staring up at the ceiling. What on earth is he doing? 8. Montgomery. I've had it. with a number of things. The near-constant headaches that won't leave me alone and have now morphed into a low-level earache. A bed so lumpy and uneven it's made getting a good night's rest impossible, and is leaving me in dire need of a visit to the chiropractor. My inability to delete that bloody voicemail from my mother, along with my compulsive need to listen to it at least every other day. But the thing that's pissing me off the most in life right now? Why, that would be the arrogant twat standing at the other end of the aisle, who's been avoiding me like the bloody plague for the past month. I'm not familiar with post-sex etiquette in the gay world, but surely offering a basic hello and exchanging a few pleasantries isn't too much to ask for, is it? I understand giving a cursory wave from across the street, but ducking down to tie a pair of imaginary shoelaces or pretending to speak on the phone while driving. These aren't simply signs that Jeremy is avoiding me. It's a clear indication he's got a bee in his bonnet about something, and I refuse to stand for it anymore. So I'm lying down about it. On a cold, dirty supermarket floor, no less, which is all sorts of gross. But I'll deal with the horrid hygiene implications later. Footsteps approach, and then an upside-down face comes into view. Even from this angle, there's no escaping how gorgeous he is. His lips look wider, his forehead bigger, and those eyes. I can finally clearly see the color of them in the fluorescent lighting of the store. They're the lightest of light brown, drizzled with tiny flecks of green. For a brief moment, it makes me forget my simmering anger toward him. Anger and hurt. Because even though what we did in New York was purely physical, surely it was significant enough for us to at least acknowledge each other afterward. Or was I bad at it? Are straight sex and gay sex rules and expectations different somehow? Was he freaked out by me not liking getting blown, my failure to come? Did I unintentionally offend him? Whatever it is, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. If I have done something to make Jeremy angry at me, let's just have it out right here and right now, in aisle 8, with me lying on the floor. Jeremy's hair flops over his forehead. He scoops it back behind his ear. What are you doing? I cast my eyes over him, and with those 4 little words, it all suddenly makes sense. Oh, dear God, he has a stutter, which he's probably self-conscious about. That would explain the no-talking rule in New York. So all this time I've been in Brookhaven, he must have been worried about my reaction. If only he knew. What is going on here? An angry voice snaps from behind my head. Jeremy appears startled, and as he tries to say something, his words get tangled, unable to break past his lips. Not wanting him to feel any worse, I rush to my feet to deal with the store worker myself. After all, I'm the grown idiot man-child lying down and causing a scene. Very sorry, ma'am. I was just fooling around with my friend. Fool around somewhere else where you're not a safety hazard? She barks back. This is a grocery store, not a playground. Of course. I'm very sorry. She sends me a disapproving look before going on her way. I turn to face Jeremy. His face is flustered, and I can see my little stunt has well and truly backfired. Why didn't anyone at the clinic tell me? And then I answer my own question in my head. Because there's nothing to tell. The vets don't see Jeremy's stutter as something that warrants mention, and I completely agree with them. It doesn't. But how do I let him know that without stuffing things up even more than I already have? We shuffle over to the side to let an elderly couple pass. We're standing close now. It's just me, Jeremy, and a shelf of discounted tinned tuna. I avert his gaze, only out of consideration for him. The last thing he needs is to feel like he's being examined under a microscope. My gaze drops to his trolley, which is filled with... Do you like sardines? I can see the white forming in his knuckles where he's gripping onto the trolley. He's on edge. I tap at the tins lining the shelf. I'm more of a tuna man myself. When I chance a look at Jeremy, his expression is softened a fraction. There's a look of amusement on his face, but he's also not ready to talk, which I fully respect. So I hand him a note. "Feel free to flee the odd British vet," I say, keeping my tone light. I won't be offended. I need to get going myself. A long, hot shower to scrub the dirt off my back awaits. He cracks a grin. It makes his hazel eyes glimmer. I notice he's wearing 2 earrings, which I oddly like for some reason. It suits him. I bake treats for animals. Jeremy points toward the multiple tins of sardines and drops his head. It's not for me. A funny feeling passes through me, a softness. Not empathy or even compassion, no, it's something deeper than that. A missing piece falling into place. Ah, I see. That's probably a good thing. What do you mean? Well, we are standing quite close to one another. If you did consume all those sardines yourself... I stop talking and wave my hand in front of my face, as if I'm blowing away a bad smell. Jeremy laughs, and the sound is so pure and joyful it makes me laugh too. I'm going to go, Jeremy, but before I do, there's something I have to ask. Okay? Have I offended you or done anything to upset you? I'm asking because I understand that neither one of us expected to run into each other again after New York, but it's pretty clear you've been going to great lengths to stay away from me. A blush creeps up his neck. If you don't want to have anything to do with me, that's fine. I assure him so he doesn't feel bad, since we did have an arrangement that specifically spelt out no talking. But please, if there's anything I've done that I need to make amends for, tell me. I would hate to think it's not... He stammers and shakes his head, blowing out a breath, his frustration at not being able to get his words out showing on his face. Take your time, I say. My shower and Friends reruns can wait. He smiles a little and takes a few breaths, calming himself down. When he tries again, his voice shakes, but he pushes through it regardless. It's not you, it's me. You? What have you done? I know the point he's trying to make, that he views his stutter as a hindrance, but I quickly chime in with a point of my own. Apart from making my first time, I lower my voice since we are in public, having sex with a man, absolutely spectacular. His eyebrows rocket up. I'm not done yet. I only have one regret about that night. His eyebrows dip. My one and only regret is that we didn't talk that night, because now we're having what is our longest conversation to date. I'm realizing that your voice is just as sexy as the rest of you. His poor eyebrows, they have no idea what to do with that. I nod my head. Goodbye, Jeremy. I've done enough talking about feelings for one day, and he's probably wishing for this conversation to be over as well. I've made my point, said what needed to be said, so I grab my trolley and slip past him. I'm back in my apartment, showered and thoroughly scrubbed of all the floor grime, with the episode where Monica gets stung by a jellyfish playing in the background, when my phone beeps. I pick it up. It's a text message from an unknown number. Hey, Monty, this is Jeremy. Hope you don't mind that I'm texting you like this. I got your number off Gus. I smile. I don't mind at all. I opt for not adding any emojis, since that's a whole world of confusion for me. When did a thumbs-up gesture become passive-aggressive? And what soulless creature has made it their mission to demonize red hearts? I owe you an apology. Before I can tap back that he doesn't, his apology text comes through. I'm super self-conscious about my stutter. I've been hurt by guys before. That's why I wanted a silent hookup in NYC. I never in a million years thought we'd run into each other. That makes two of us. I'm sorry for avoiding you, and I feel even worse that you thought it was because of something you did. You haven't. It's me. All me. And I'm very sorry. My eyes latch on to the words, I've been hurt by guys before. I hiss angrily and claw at my chest. I've witnessed similar bullshit myself, up close and personal, and it's one of the few things that really pisses me off. It is never acceptable to think less of a person or to treat them differently in any way because of a characteristic or trait they have no control over. That's one of the many lessons I learned from my mother. I returned to my phone. Thank you. I accept your apology. I want to add that he didn't need to say sorry, but there's a fine line between wanting to be supportive and dismissing his emotions. If he feels like he owes me an apology, who am I to disagree with that? I'm not in his head, nor in his heart. I text. I'm glad we've got that cleared up. He responds quickly. Same here. Then, oysters. I frown. Have I missed something? That's followed by, in the store, when you asked if I liked sardines and you said you liked tuna, I didn't get a chance to say I prefer oysters. I grin, oddly content that we're continuing our conversation, even if it is about seafood preferences. Natural or Kilpatrick? I ask. Natural, of course. I like the salty zing I get in my mouth. I stare at the words, wide-eyed with amusement. My phone buzzes again. I just reread that. Sorry. You seem to be awfully sorry around me. Fuck it, I'm going to add it in. Surely I can't go wrong with a smiley face emoji. A few moments of silence stretch out between us. I have a Samsung phone, so I don't get those bouncy dots iPhone users see when they're texting each other. I'm regretting my phone choice more and more with each passing second I don't hear from him. Finally, a message comes through. Am I really the first guy you've been with? Ah, so he hadn't missed me saying that. You are. Why didn't you say anything? I couldn't, remember. We made a vow of silence. Why? Would it have made a difference? Of course it would have. How? I would have brought candles or some shit to make the room more romantic. I chuckle to myself. That's awfully sweet of you, but I didn't need any of that. You are what made it memorable. I send the message and reread it a few times, like I almost can't recognize that those words just came out of me. If we were standing face to face, there's no way I'd be able to convey that. But through a phone, it's so much easier. Will you ever do it again? Have sex with a man? No, I don't think I will. Why not? Now there's a long and convoluted answer. Do I tell him about my string of failed relationships? That I've been burnt by love so many times. I've reached the point I'd rather be alone. That I'm still grieving my mother. That I need to be focused on starting this new chapter of my life, that despite thoroughly enjoying having sex with him, I have no urge to have sex with other men. That last one puzzles me a bit, too. One of the reasons I struggle with labeling my sexuality is that I fear there isn't a neat label for it. I've looked into it online. Terms like bisexual and pansexual come close in that I feel more expansive than simply heterosexual, but they're not quite right either. It's hard to explain since I don't know much more than that myself, really. but being with Jeremy satisfied an itch, a curiosity I had. I wondered whether it might have opened me up to more similar experiences, but it seems to have had the opposite effect, dousing my desire for men. Well, for other men, because I'd have sex with Jeremy again in a heartbeat. But no, I can't lay all of that on anyone, much less someone I've only met. I reply with, "It's complicated." "Can I ask you something else?" "Go ahead." "Did you mean what you said in the store? About me?" My chest heats. I meant every word. A minute, maybe two, passes before Jeremy's next text. "Even about my voice?" A growl rumbles in the back of my throat. I hate that he's been made to feel insecure because of his stutter. A protective pang fills me and makes me want to march over to his house and bundle him up in a full body hug. Especially about your voice. It's very sexy. He doesn't respond right away, which doesn't surprise me. He may never have been told that before. I tap out another text. Just to be clear, I may not want to have sex with any other guy, but given the chance, I'd have sex with you again. In a heartbeat. In my head, I was aiming for a reassuring statement so that Jeremy didn't cling to any incorrect assumptions that his performance, anything about him personally, is behind my reluctance to sleep with another man. But as I reread the message I've just fired off, I realize it doesn't exactly come off like that. I shake my head. Oh dear. Seems I'm just as bad at digital communication as I am at doing the thing in real life. I start typing an apology to clarify what I meant. When I get a response, "That would be awesome. If you're serious." Oh shit. Even though I didn't intend for it to come out as an offer, now that he's interpreted it that way, I have to take it seriously. Do I want to have sex with Jeremy again? The answer is instant. Yes. 9. Jeremy. "Why did you do it?" I ask Monty as I prepare his coffee. Latte, skim milk, 2 brown sugars. We're talking about the time he lay down in the middle of the grocery store. It's been a few weeks since it happened. I'm glad I worked up the courage and asked Gus for Monty's number that same day. It gave me the chance to clear the air via text that night, and ever since he's been stopping by the bakery every time he's on shift for a chat. No sex. That hasn't even come up in conversation. Again. We're getting to know each other, and in a way that's kind of better. Despite breaking through a huge personal barrier and talking to him at the grocery store, I need time to build my confidence and trust in someone. Monty's no exception. Although with him, it's as easy for me to open up as it was with Tyler. Despite his broody exterior and looking just as tired as he did in New York, and that was after a long flight and jet lag, I can tell there's a softness to him, a kindness. My fears about him reacting badly or rejecting me melt away the more time I spend with him. He plants his hands on top of the counter and quirks a brow at me. I have a terrible bed. I needed to straighten my spine. It was purely for postural reasons. I lay down in aisle 8, I believe it was. I chuckle as I pour his drink. Postural reasons, my ass. You're a terrible liar. I hand him his coffee. Thank you. He brings the takeout cup to his lips, his eyes focused on me like they are the majority of the time we're together. It's intense. And at the beginning, it made me squirm a little. I'm so used to people judging me that I mistook Monty for doing the same, but he's not. He isn't looking at me and thinking, what a freak. It's almost as if he's searching for something, like he's trying to look into some deeper part of who I am, which, yep, I'm back here again, getting way ahead of myself and reading way more into his friendly visits than I should. The man works 14-hour days, oftentimes back to back. He wears his tiredness on his face and under his eyes. His motivation to drop by the bakery is fueled by a need for caffeine, not anything else. Definitely not because he's interested in me. Monty continues slowly sipping his drink, eyeing me as he does. You're right. I am a terrible liar. He pauses to lick his lips. When he next speaks, his voice comes out so low I have to strain to hear it. Maybe you could punish me. Oh, this is an unexpected turn. Despite mentioning we're open to sleeping together again in that initial text conversation, neither one of us has ever brought it up again. Until now. Are you saying that sex with me is punishment? I tease, knowing that's not what he means at all. Monty almost spills his coffee, his eyes widening with shock. No, I meant... I burst out laughing. I love seeing him like this. He gets so worked up and British about the smallest things. It's the most charming thing ever. I know what you mean. Our eyes meet, and then he shakes his head. When it dawns on him I was just teasing him. You little shit. I laugh again. Looks like we both need to be punished. Monty opens his mouth to say something right as the bell over the front door chimes and 3 college-aged students walk in. He lifts his coffee mug, backing away toward the door, his eyes zeroed in on me. I'll text you later. I smile. Cool. How was the rest of your day? I asked that night on text. Also, I'm not interrupting your Friends binge, am I? Monty's got a thing for Friends, always playing it in the background. It's one of the fun facts I've picked up about him. His reply comes through quickly. The clinic was manically busy. I am beat. Also, I've watched every episode so many times over I can practically recite them at this point. So no, you're not interrupting. This is another pattern we've fallen into, nighttime texting. Usually on days when we don't see each other, one of us will send the other a friendly, "Hey, how's it going?" message. Even if it's not every day or in person, it's nice to have someone to check in with. I update Monty on whatever new animal treats I'm working on. He tells me about his day, and usually throws in a few complaints about whatever health niggle he's got going on. It's always something, whether a headache or a sore neck or chest pain. I feel bad for the guy. Then he makes a self-deprecating joke about being a whingin' palm. It's become familiar, and as I settle under my top sheet, I try to think of a way to veer the conversation away from our usual day-to-day stuff and into deeper territory. The promise of sex rings in the background, too, especially after what we hinted at in the bakery earlier today. But I'm just as interested in getting to know more about Monty as a person. I have so many questions for him. I'd heard he was engaged and got left at the altar because his wife-to-be was cheating on him. I know about his mom dying. I still don't know why he doesn't want to have sex with other guys, but has indicated he'd have sex with me again. In many ways, he's a closed book. And combined with my reluctance to get into long conversations in real life, I should capitalize on us texting to probe him for some answers. He seems more open this way, and it makes things so much easier for me, too. I start off by asking him about his dating history. He tells me about Louise, who he was with for 9 years. He confirms the 7-year itch theory is very much true, since she started cheating on him with his now former best friend after 7 years. He was clueless about it for 2 years until his wedding day when she left him a note. A frickin' note. Le cliché to end all clichés, he texts. He asked me the same question in return, and fair's fair. If I want to find out more about him, it's understandable he'd want to know more about me, too. It's less embarrassing than saying it to his face, but it's still not fun admitting I'm 27 and have never had a relationship. He seems genuinely perplexed by that, which is sweet if not a little naive of him, and he gets defensive in an almost protective way when I try to explain the reasons why guys wouldn't want to date someone like me. He counters my argument with, "Jamie, you have a stutter. It may take you a little longer to express yourself. That is all. If a guy isn't prepared to spare a few extra seconds, then he is not worthy of you, not the other way around." I flinch at his words because they're so the exact opposite of how I've been feeling. For all these years, I've always considered that I'm the burden. I'm the one who'd be lucky to have a guy, any guy who'd be willing to put up with me. I don't know if Bonnie realizes how special that sentiment is to me. "Sorry. Was that too much?" He texts. "Not at all. Just not used to seeing it like that." "I mean every word." The strange thing is, I believe him. It's not the first time he said something I've never heard before, like the time in the grocery store when he told me I had a sexy voice and I almost toppled over. I have a love-hate relationship with my voice, a relationship that's skewed about 99% to hate. I have many feelings about it, but sexy? When he first said it, I honestly didn't think he meant it. Then he repeated it again over text that first night I reached out to him, and in the times since, whenever he's in the bakery and I struggle to speak, fumbling and stammering and feeling so small, he just stands there, waiting for me. He has this way about him that makes me feel like I'm not holding him up or being annoying. He's able to somehow make it feel like it's normal, like I'm normal. The conversation changes to some lighter topics. We talk about music, movies, and share places we've visited, as well as a bucket list of destinations we haven't made it to. Guatemala for him, Australia and New Zealand for me. We even cover politics without a problem. But then we run into a problem. A huge, almighty one. "What?" Yep, we're in all caps territory. It's that serious. "How can someone like you never have seen the Great British Bake Off?" I don't know. I tap out with a huge grin on my face. I bake all day, so I guess watching a show where people do the same thing doesn't hold that much appeal. I can picture his exact expression in my mind so vividly, the one where his eyes go so big it's hilarious, and it makes me laugh. Feeling extra cheeky, I add, "Besides, British accents, they're so grating." "You are cruising for a bruising, mister." Smiley face emoji. "Promises, promises." I thought we'd discussed that sex isn't a punishment. We have, and I agree. Sex should be a reward, and I think I deserve one. British flag, eggplant emoji. "Is that right?" He texts, and I swear I can hear the words on my screen in his voice as loud and clear as if he were saying them standing right in front of me. "And what have you done that merits reward?" Are you, or have you, over the past few minutes, been smiling? I have. There you go. Mission accomplished. Your mission is to make me smile. It is. There's a slight delay before he texts again. Why? Because you've been through a lot lately, and I imagine moving to a new country isn't easy either. It's not. To top it all off, I have to deal with these pesky American bakers with their grating accents. Smiley face emoji. I thought my voice was sexy. It is. So very sexy. Another text comes through. If I could make a request, please. I'm waiting to hear what it is before I agree to anything. Smart chap. I'm grinning so hard my cheeks hurt. I can honestly say I've never been called a chap before. Next time we have sex, I'd like you to say my name when I'm inside you. My phone damn near slides out of my palm. Holy mother, I was not expecting that. It takes my brain a few seconds to formulate a response. Maybe, I tease, if the dicking is good enough to make me want to say your name. Is that a challenge? It is, if you're up for it. I know you're old and everything. You cheeky little shit. I may be older than you, but believe me, I'm up for it. Bicep emoji. Prove it. I will, on one condition. You with all your requests and conditions, is that a British thing? Eye roll emoji. Go ahead. I cannot in good conscience have sex with you again. What? My heart slams to a stop. Until you've seen at least one episode of the Great British Bake Off. I exhale loudly. He had me there for a moment, which, come to think of it, I actually kind of love. Monty doesn't treat me differently. He never shies away from making jokes and teasing me. Scratch kind of loving that. I totally love it. 10. Montgomery. It's lunchtime. What's unusual is that it's lunchtime and I actually have time to eat my lunch. Adding to the unusualness, I actually feel semi-human today. I had a relatively good sleep last night, so I woke up without any aches or pains. I'm sitting at the table in the staff lounge, minding my own business, enjoying my turkey and cranberry sandwich, when I glance up at the giant clock on the wall. A wall of chuckles erupts. I look over to the two lounges where Chase, Gus, and Lockie are sitting, and where the noise is coming from. Something amusing, fellas. You asking us? If Gus is aiming for innocence, he falls woefully short. I wipe my mouth. I feel like I'm missing something. Nah, we're the ones missing something, mate. That's Lockie in his unmistakable Aussie drawl. Meaning, that's the 8th time you've checked the time in the last 5 minutes. We reckon you got a hot date tonight, he announces, grinning widely. Who's the lucky lady? I finished the last remaining bite of my lunch and wiped the crumbs off my fingers. It's not a date, exactly. I throw my wrapper in the bin and make my way to the guys, sitting down in the empty spot next to Chase. Jeremy is coming over. I'm introducing him to the Great British Bake Off. Jeremy, Gus asks, his eyes settling on me, as in the sexy baker Jeremy. I nod. Correct. Gus lifts a brow. As in the sexy and much younger Jeremy. Chase leans in. As in the sexy and much younger and gay Jeremy. How many fits does it take to decipher who I'm referring to? I say in my best a guy walks into a bar joke voice. I then make a show of pointing at each of them as I mouth, 1, 2, 3. Hey, there's nothing wrong with dating someone younger, Gus says. Or questioning and exploring your sexuality, Chase adds. I like how they're not batting an eye to the fact that the person in question here is male. It's not a date, technically, I clarify, but then stop there. It's not appropriate to delve into my history with Jeremy without running it past him first. And truthfully, since I'm still somewhat muddled about my own orientation, I think it's best to hold off on sharing my feelings until I'm more certain of what they actually are. Look, we're here to talk and offer advice if you should ever want it, Gus offers diplomatically. We've all got experience when it comes to these things. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I'm sorry if I've been somewhat quiet since I started. I haven't been feeling quite myself. Is everything okay? Gus asks, concerned. Fine. I wave a hand. I'm better today. and I appreciate your offer to talk. I look at Chase and Lockie. From all of you. It means a lot. That's what we're here for. Chase smiles. We're a family, and part of being a family means supporting and accepting each other. No ifs or buts, but unconditionally. Thank you. I repeat. I'm not. I should stop talking. Normally this is a point where I would, but I don't know. For some reason I feel good around these guys. So I keep speaking. I'm unclear on where I stand with my sexuality. I've only ever had relationships with women, but I think there may be more to the picture. I just don't know what it is, or what it looks like. Yet. That's the good thing about being alive, Gus says. There's time to figure it out. I'm 43, though. That's a little late to be figuring these things out, isn't it? So? Chase shrugs. I was in my late 30s when I came out. And I'm in love with someone almost 20 years younger than me, Gus adds. Rules are great if they work for you. But if they don't, I say break 'em. And you'll see, nothing terrible happens. The sky won't fall down, life will go on as usual. Well, with one difference. What's that? I ask. Gus smiles. You might actually be happy. I nod, taking in their advice. I like that they're all roughly my age, and what they're saying is gleaned from life experience. They're not espousing mere platitudes to try and make me feel better. And they genuinely do seem to accept me for me. Someone who's quiet and holds back a lot of the time until he's comfortable in a situation. Someone who can't open up and share his feelings at the drop of a hat. Someone who can't put a label on his sexuality. Someone who's looking forward to seeing a certain baker tonight, more than he thought he would be. Harmony races into the lounge, announcing that 2 dogs have been brought in after mauling each other in a vicious fight. The conversation ends immediately. Chase and Lockie charge out of the room while I make my way back to the consult room for an afternoon of appointments. I keep checking the time in the small gaps between consults. I really am excited by the prospect of Jeremy coming over. My belly flutters with nerves, and I honestly can't remember the last time I felt so giddy. Despite the many differences between us, the age gap chief amongst them, Jeremy and I share one common characteristic, and that is we both need time to get to know someone before we trust them. For Jeremy, it comes from a place of not feeling good about himself because of his stutter. He's been treated badly before, so it is completely understandable that he's cautious around new people. I do, however, feel that over these past few weeks, as I've been visiting him at the bakery, slowly but surely he's getting more comfortable around me. Me, on the other hand, why am I so emotionally numb? I suppose, just like my sexuality, there's no one neat answer to that question. My father walking out on my mother and me when I was a child obviously impacted me. I was loud and quite demanding as a toddler and young child. That must have affected my parents, so as children are prone to do, I blamed myself for my father leaving. And I became quiet, reserved, and guilty. Even though I couldn't pinpoint how exactly I was to blame for my parents splitting up, I bore the weight of it, thinking that if I was better, quieter, more obedient, he would have stayed. I began helping my mother out, not financially, since we managed fine in that regard, but emotionally. I was her kiddo and part-time therapist rolled into one, as she worked her way through a difficult period in her life. I befriended children at school who needed help with their classwork, offering to tutor them after class. I developed a love of animals and started volunteering at the local animal shelter from the day I was finally old enough to. So, on the positive side, after my parents split up, I grew into a caring, nurturing young man who always sought to help others. On the negative, I did it at the expense of suppressing my own emotions. That's the reason why Louise said she left me.
I remember reading her letter in a little room at the chapel on what should have been the happiest day of my life. Her penmanship was dreadful, so I had to reread various sections to make them out. But even all these years later, her scribbled words in blue ink are burned into my memory.
I swear, Monty, sometimes it's like living with a robot. You never tell me how you feel. I don't know what's going on with you. I need to be with someone who could at least talk. I need to be with a real man. And real men aren't afraid of their own bloody emotions.
Shame still fills me at the thought of letting her down, of not being enough for her. But that's in the past. I can't do anything about that now. No. All I can control is what happens next. And as my mind wanders to thoughts of Jeremy coming over tonight, I realize I have no idea what next actually entails.
Whoa.
Jeremy lets out a whistle as I open the door for him, and he steps into my apartment.
This place is nice.
Thank you. I close the door and study Jeremy as he takes in the loft. It's not my style at all, since it's basically one giant open-plan space with exposed brick and an industrial-sized kitchen. The one-bedroom, bathroom, and laundry room are behind a wall off the living room. It's more suited to a 20-something hipster than a 40-something Brit, but oh well.
Whoa!
I turn and see what's caught Jeremy's attention. He's eyeing off the kitchen. Come on, let's have a closer look. I take his hand, for some reason, and lead him into a kitchen that wouldn't look out of place at a chain restaurant. It's massive, and everything is steel. The worktops, the appliances, even the splashback and tiles are a metallic color. The island that separates the kitchen from the rest of the loft is at least 20 feet long. It doubles as a dining table and food prep area. The range hood against the wall has 8 hot plates, and the fridge is one of those ones that you knock on and it goes transparent, showing you what's inside. Funnily enough, that's the only feature I've used since living here these past few months. It's complete overkill for one, especially for one who doesn't cook. The kitchen, this whole apartment, in fact, isn't to my taste at all. Sometimes I wonder whose life I'm living. Jeremy runs his hand over the bench top. Do you cook much? If ordering Uber Eats counts as cooking, then yes, I cook all the time. He grins. I'd love to have a space like this. I bet he would. Even if he had a normal-sized kitchen at his place, I imagine he could always use more space to work on his organic animal treats. You look tired. I must have drifted away for a second, because Jeremy's now at my side, looking at me with concern in his eyes. He brushes the backs of his fingers along my stubbled jaw. Is that your idea of a come-on? Insulting me? He grins, and I like that he knows me well enough to know I'm just joking. No, it's my idea of being real with you. How's your head? Never had any complaints. He shakes his head and waits. Actually fine today. I feel better. It seems that every time I see Jeremy, I'm either completely knackered or bemoaning about a persistent headache I seem to have caught on the flight over, since that's when it began. Have you had dinner? Like lunch? He makes a disapproving noise. So, no dinner? I shake my head. No dinner. Jeremy strides over to the fridge and taps on it twice. He looks over his shoulder at me, a gorgeous, goofy smile lighting up his face. I've always wanted to do that. I laugh. He always manages to make me feel better, and the crazy thing is, he's not even trying. He seems to be able to do it naturally. He leans in and squints into my fridge, letting out a deep sigh. Oh, no.
When's the last time you went grocery shopping? Let's see. When did we run into each other at the shops? He spins around and folds his arms across his chest. That was ages ago.
I've been busy. I yawn. And tired.
Still not sleeping well?
I shake my head. No.
Why don't you get a new mattress?
Because I don't know how long I'll be staying for. That's the honest answer, but of course I'm not brave enough to say it aloud. The truth is, I'm just as miserable here as I was back in London. Despite everyone at the clinic being super lovely, I'm still replaying that voicemail from my mother over and over again. My headache has morphed into a general feeling of unwellness, and I'm so exhausted from work. Yet every time I lie down to sleep, I engage in a 6-hour losing battle with a mattress that has a vendetta against my spine. No way I can share any of that with Jeremy either.
You're not looking after yourself.
He chides me. Never really been my forte. I drop my gaze and awkwardly slide my hands into my trouser pockets. The next thing I know, 2 warm, soft hands are cupping my face. I look up and straight into 2 mesmerizing hazel eyes.
How about this? You put on the bake-off show in the background while I make us dinner.
Normally I'd protest, but I'm too tired, and frankly the idea of a home-cooked meal sounds divine. I give a small nod, and my stomach grumbles, clearly on board with the idea too. Jeremy ignores the sound, instead remaining focused on me, pinning me with a serious glare I've never seen from him before. He strokes a finger down my face.
Let me take care of you tonight.
The words wash over me, and I can't deny it. Feels good to relinquish control and let someone else into the driver's seat for a change. Thank you, I whisper. Jeremy looks at me a little while longer before nodding his head. He makes his way back to the fridge, and I point out where the pantry is, since it's a sliding door painted into the wall designed to be inconspicuous. While he scrounges around for ingredients to cobble a meal together, I find the remote control and turn off Friends to bring up the Great British Bake-Off. With that on in the background, I perch myself at one end of the massive island, near some papers I was reading over before he got here, and I observe the way Jeremy glides around my kitchen. He moves with a fluid grace, even though it's an unfamiliar space. He chops and preps the vegetables with ease, turning on the cooker without having to Google for instructions like a certain someone was forced to. Before long, a delicious aroma fills the apartment. I perch myself at a stool and turn my attention to my pile of papers stacked down one end of the island when I feel Jeremy's presence near me. I look up to see him hovering on the other side of the counter.
What are you reading?
Just some research papers. Jeremy looks at me like he's expecting me to go on, which, yes, I suppose I should. I'm reading about the extinction of the sea turtle. His eyebrows arch up.
That's something you're interested in?
It is. I'm very passionate about conservation and what we can do to protect endangered species. I push the papers to the side. It's a sort of plan B for me, of sorts.
Plan B?
An uncomfortable pressure builds in my chest, one that always seems to arise whenever conversations turn personal. I take a breath. I'm well practiced at avoiding moments like this, been doing it for as long as I can remember. And where has it gotten me? Alone and lonely at 43 with nary a friend in sight. Maybe it's time to take a different approach. I talked to the guys in the clinic earlier today and didn't go up in flames. If anything, I felt a bit better for having done it. A timer goes off. You should probably get that, I tell him, pointing to the cooker. He eyes me suspiciously, like I'm jumping on the first chance to worm my way out of this conversation, which I am, temporarily. I'm not going anywhere, and we can pick this up when you've done what you need to. I'll hold you to that. He juts his chin out. And I'm prepared to withhold your reward, if needed. My eyes bulge, which makes Jeremy snicker. He scurries over to the cooker, moving with speed and expertise as he plates up 2 steaming hot dishes. Veggie stir-fry, he says, returning and placing a bowl in front of me. He pulls out a stool and sits so close our knees knock. Smells terrific. Thank you. I pick up my fork. Are you vegetarian? He shakes his head. No, but the meat you had was no longer fit for human consumption. Ah, I see. We eat in silence for a while. The tight feeling in my chest only grows, and I can feel a dull headache brewing at the back of my skull. After a few minutes, I screw up my face and throw down my fork. It clangs against the bowl loudly. Jeremy looks up at me, startled. I'm not entirely sure. I want to stay here in Brookhaven. Oh. I drop my head into my hands and continue talking. It's got nothing to do with anyone, because I love the clinic and the work, and the vets are great. I turn sideways, my eyes catching his. Even the coffee's not too bad. He swats my chest. Hey, it's just... This isn't me. What do you mean? Now that the damn wall's cracked, might as well let it break. This is all my mother. Me moving to America, working at the clinic, even this apartment. She chose it all. It's what she wanted for me after she died, because she felt I gave up so much by spending 3 years taking care of her. And I went along with it because, I don't know, I wanted to please her, and I didn't think it was a great idea to argue with a dying woman. Silence. You looked after your mom for 3 years? I did. We got professional help when it was needed, but I quit my job and moved in to live with her before she died. I lower my head as tears build behind my eyes. I'm just as lost and confused now as I was in my late 30s. Only I'm a few years older, and a lot more grayer. Jeremy's forehead crumples with concern. There's no right way or wrong way to grieve, just your way. I manage a week. Thank you. And pick up my fork. Neither one of us says another word as we eat. At some point, Jeremy spins around so he's facing the TV, and I do the same, glad for the reprieve and the silence, but also relieved that I pushed through and got all that out of me. It's a heavy burden to carry all on my own, and as cliché as it sounds, I do feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Once we're done eating, I say, "That was surprisingly good." My eyes widen. I only said surprisingly good due to my lack of ingredients. It wasn't a commentary on your culinary skills. Jeremy tips his head back and laughs. It's such a loud, joyful sound, almost melodic, and I find myself completely enraptured by it, by him. I love when you do that. I shuffle self-consciously on my stool. Do what? Jeremy spins around, puts his bowl down, and hooks his forearms on my shoulders.
act all British. It's cute as fuck. I have no idea what acting all British entails, but as I reach up and tangle my fingers through his blonde hair, a new feeling sweeps over me. Jeremy's eyelashes flutter at the drag of my fingertips against his scalp. Don't suppose you're in the mood for some dessert? I ask, pulling my hand back. His lips twitch. I didn't make anything. You know full well that's not what I'm talking about. Those incredible hazel eyes of his glimmer. What did you have in mind? You. I stand up. Jeremy's eyes track lower and he grins. Yes, I'm tinting my pants. I don't know why you're acting surprised, since it's all your fault. He gets up as well, and his hand lands on my bulge. He palms it through the material. In that case, maybe it's time we move on to the reward part of the evening. A twist of desire sparks deep in my belly. God, your voice is sexy when you talk dirty. For the briefest of brief moments, Jeremy looks slightly taken aback by my compliment, but with a slight shake of his head, he snaps himself back into the moment and murmurs, "Play your cards right, and I might be saying all sorts of dirty things tonight." He leans forward, his lips ghosting the shell of my ear. Including your name when I come. 11. Jeremy. God, your voice is sexy when you talk dirty. I still can't believe someone would actually think that about me, much less say it, but I don't have any time to dwell on that. Monty pulls back, pierces me with one of the most intense stares he's ever directed at me, and then his lips crash into mine in a frenzied, bruising kiss. My hands latch onto the tops of his shoulders as I open my mouth, letting him have his way with me. He's a damn fine kisser, applying the perfect amount of strength and suction. If he was bulging hardcore before, he's positively about to break through the material of his pants now. Continuing the kiss, I yank his belt buckle, unzip his pants, and tug them down his legs. There's already a wet patch staining his white briefs, and I glide my fingers over it, producing a sexy growl out of Monty. But before I pull his underwear off, I have a question that's been burning in the back of my mind since the first time we had sex. I need to know something. Monty's eyes snap open, dark and piercing. I don't like blowjobs, he says on a heavy swallow, correctly guessing the question I was going to ask. At least, not getting them. Weird, I know. I shake my head. No, not weird. There's no right or wrong way to be horny. An emotion I don't recognize flashes across his face. Maybe it's me echoing the words I said before when we were discussing his grief. Monty's always been a little uptight. Initially, I put it down to him being British. Then I thought it was a combination of jet lag and the general struggle to settle into a new apartment, a new job, a new country, but pretty much every time I've seen him these past few months, he's looked exhausted and is usually complaining of having a headache, low energy, and just generally feeling unwell. Something else has to be going on with him. When he shared his feelings about not feeling right being here earlier, I got a rare glimpse into a side of him he keeps well hidden from the world, but I have the man's tongue down my throat. I need to focus on that rather than on psychoanalyzing him or fantasizing about what a possible future with him might be like. Yeah, definitely shouldn't be doing that. Since he seems to have a thing for dirty talk, I whisper, "Where would you like to fuck me? Bedroom? No,
He gives a resolute headshake. Bad connotation of too many sleepless nights in there. He glances sideways and smirks. This counter should accommodate us quite nicely. Quite nicely indeed. Monty's apartment is in a super hip part of Brookhaven and would have set him back a tidy sum, even if he is only renting. It's massive, uber cool, and a place I'd love to live in. The kitchen? Insane. The futuristic refrigerator? I'd kill for one of those. It's all a baker's dream. And, going by how things are progressing, a baker's sex dream, too. We keep kissing as I navigate the few steps so that my back meets the counter. Along the way, Monty's managed to push my pants and boxers down my legs, freeing my throbbing cock. He manhandles it with rough, jerky movements. Like that, I murmur into his mouth. Monty pulls back a fraction, but only to hitch me up, my bare ass hitting the counter. I hiss at the coldness. His eyes find mine. You okay? Cold. Monty nods and disappears. He runs toward the massive TV still playing The Great British Bake Off, past it and through a door I hadn't noticed before about halfway down the wall. He reappears seconds later carrying a blanket? Close. A rug. He spreads the fuzzy, cream-colored bearskin rug to the right of me. There's so much countertop he could bring another dozen rugs out here and we still wouldn't use up all the space. Like I said, dream kitchen. Also, dream guy. Because how thoughtful is he being right now? I shuffle over onto the rug. Better? There's genuine concern in his tone. I grab his shirt and yank him toward me. Much. Thank you. Monty makes up for lost time, lifting my legs into the air and working his way down, down, down. Fuck. My head falls back, hitting the hard countertop with a thud. Monty pops his head to the side of my legs. Everything all right up there? Yes. As you were? I hear him chuckle, and even that sounds British somehow. So, just to clarify before proceeding, his face tilts on an angle as he speaks. I'm an odd, glum 43-year-old British man who doesn't enjoy receiving oral pleasure but is very kindly requesting to spend a significant amount of time worshipping you. Do I have your approval? My mouth can't move fast enough to blurt out, yes. Monty's face disappears, but I feel his presence a few short seconds later. He gets to work, putting that talented tongue of his to good use as he rims me. He's the third guy to ever eat me out, but he's so mind-bendingly, toe-curlingly good at it, it's like there was no one else there before him. He licks and lashes my hole so well it sends pulses of pleasure surging throughout my whole body. As incredible as this feels, it's even better knowing I didn't do anything wrong the first time. Not only did I pick up on Monty's less than enthusiastic response when I went down on him, the guy didn't even come when we were in New York. That is going to change this time. I wriggle up the counter and away from Monty. His mouth is hanging open, drenched in his own saliva, and the sight of his debauched face sends a full-body shiver through me. He wasn't underselling how much he loves giving oral pleasure in the slightest. I get the feeling he would have happily stayed down there all night. Maybe next time. Right now I've got something special planned for him. I roll over onto my hands and knees and look over my shoulder. Fuck me, Monty. His eyelids flutter as he lets out a shuddery breath. Do you have any idea how fucking gorgeous you are, Jeremy? I press my face into my shoulder, my cheeks on fire. Monty's just given me the rimming of a lifetime. He's got me naked on my hands and knees in front of him. But those aren't the things that are making me feel more vulnerable than I ever have in my life. No, it's the talking. It's me talking and feeling good about it. Even maybe gorgeous? Not sure I
fully believe it just yet, and I sure as heck don't understand what he sees in me, but I'm not about to question it right now. Monty climbs onto the counter behind me. Thank fuck it's sturdy and covers me with his body.
Thank you for trusting me like this.
He skims his fingers along the back of my neck and shoulders.
You're safe with me. I promise.
He gently guides me down until my chest is snuggled into the soft sheepskin of the rug. I hear a schmick sound and smile to myself. Monty must have gotten lube and condoms when he ducked into his bedroom to get the rug. Good thinking. I feel the cold slide of his finger enter me. I close my eyes, surrendering to this intriguing man. For someone I never thought I'd see again, he's somehow managed to burrow his way so deeply into my life in a relatively short period of time. He adds another well-lubed finger stretching me out. I moan. So good. It's obvious from the way Monty is so attentive to me that he's a carer, the type of guy who puts others' needs ahead of his own. But learning he'd given up his job to look after his sick mom for 3 years, that's a whole other level. And I can't help but wonder, who's taking care of him? I exhale sharply as Monty works another finger into me, breathing through it until I adjust to the burning stretch. The soft strands of the rug tickle my nose, and I smile. He said I was safe with him, and as Monty withdraws his fingers and rummages around for a condom, I'm determined to make him feel safe with me, too. I flip over onto my back in time to see Monty slather a healthy glob of lube onto his dick. I grin.
What?
He asks, a little self-consciously.
Nothing. Just appreciate your dedication to lubrication.
He chuckles as he wipes his fingers on a small cloth and comes down on top of me.
Well, I appreciate your appreciation.
He reaches down between our bodies and moves his cock into position. A moment of silence opens up between us as he enters me. It's slow, it's steady, and the entire time Monty's dark green eyes stay on me. It's like he's put me in a spell. I'm transfixed by the feel of him, stretching me out from the inside, but his eyes, they're doing things to me I've never felt before. I swallow the emotion in my throat and stare back at him as he bottoms out.
There. You okay?
Yes. He smiles, and his cock pulses deep inside me, and Buck, he really is okay with my voice. With the one thing I've always hated about myself, wished I could change and break free from. That's one of the things he finds most appealing about me. Before I get too swept up in these mushy sentiments, I curl my fingers around his neck and issue a directive. Fuck me so hard. Your name falls out of my mouth. It has a desired effect, spurring him on. He starts pulling out before slamming into me. The movements come hard and fast, a rough, nasty fuck. Something I didn't expect, but can sense we're both in the mood for tonight.
Like this.
He checks. I nod. What he's doing is perfect, but I'm keen to see how he reacts to a challenge, so I say,
Come on, old man. You can do better.
Sure enough, his eyes blaze with desire as he rocks into me with even greater ferocity, thrashing me around on the countertop like I'm a rag doll. My legs are waving around, so Monty grips him, gluing them to his chest, and proceeds to give me the hardest, dirtiest fuck of my life. His control is next level, expertly guiding himself almost all the way out of me, to the point where just the head of his cock remains inside before body slamming back in. He does this over and over and over again. I lose count of how many times. I lose track of Everything. The rug, the countertop, time itself. Everything that isn't Monty fades away. Sweat drips down the side of his face and his jaw ticks. He's getting close. Harder, I yell out, thinking I'm issuing an impossible directive. But nope. Somehow Monty's able to take it up a notch. His cock is drilling into my ass. My heartbeat is in overdrive, and as our eyes meet, a rush of something heavy fills my chest, something that feels a lot like shit. I cry out when Monty spreads his legs wider apart, causing his cock to strike my prostate. There's no way I'm going to be able to last much longer. Excitement charges down my spine, and I flex my fingers around the base of my cock.
Come for me, Jamie.
He breathes the words into my skin, feathering soft kisses along my neck and into the sensitive spot where my shoulder meets my chest, while the lower half of his body continues slamming into me. The contrast of soft and hard, fast and slow is so good it makes my brain melt. It only takes a few tugs on my dick before I'm yelling, filling the air not with words but sounds, guttural, animalistic cries as I fall into the abyss, the orgasm ripping me to shreds. Monty stills, waiting until my body stops shaking and recovers slightly. I open my eyes, my vision still filled with stars. It's his turn now, and I give him the thing I know he wants. Come inside me, Monty. That's it. That's literally what does it. He resumes plowing into me. It's one thing to have him say it, but to actually see with my own eyes, the muscles in his neck straining, the way he roars out a very un-British,
fuck yeah,
and knowing it's because of me, because of my voice. It's indescribable how good it feels. I watch him unravel, feel his cock pulsing as it unleashes inside of me, and as I do, that feeling, that rush from moments earlier, hits me again. I think, shit. I think I'm falling for this guy. A soothing warmth spreads between my legs, and I look down to see Monty carefully cleaning me up, his tongue poking out the side of his mouth in concentration as he wipes my ass with a cloth.
There,
he says proudly to himself when he's done. He throws the rag onto the floor before climbing up next to me, rolling over onto his back. He turns to face me, his skin still prickled with beads of sweat.
Thank you for indulging me.
I cock a brow. Indulging you? He smiles a little bashfully, nuzzling into the crook of my shoulder.
Yeah, the name thing. I very much appreciated it.
Wrapping my arm around him, I kiss the top of his hair. I appreciate you appreciating it. We stay like that for a while, long enough for our skin to cool and our breathing to return to normal. I'm happy. Not just because he fucked me even better than the first time, but because this time we knew each other. We spoke to each other, and we care about each other. At least I'm pretty sure we do. These feelings are still so new, and I've no idea where he stands or where he's at with things, but I am picking up on something from him. Maybe. Monty's the first to move, shuffling off the counter. He extends his arms, and I slide my hands into his, letting him guide me off. We get dressed, silently. Once clothed, Monty steps up to me and smiles. That's all, just a simple smile. But it's one of those deceptive smiles. Looks innocent enough on the outside, but inside, I'm buzzing. He's straight, I remind myself. Well, for the most part. He's also very likely not even going to be sticking around for that much longer. Not to mention the whole age gap thing. But as much as my head tries to dissuade me from getting carried away, my stupid heart has already bolted. Monty runs his fingertips down the stripe of my nose and lowers his voice to a whisper. I very much enjoyed tonight. I nod, grinning. Me too. His smile grows. I wasn't referring to the sex, although, let's be honest, it was pretty out of this world. Is all gay sex that good? No. I shake my head so hard, hair falls down across my forehead. Just sex with me. I see. Monty taps his chin a few times, his eyes sliding sideways. I have an idea. Go on. Well, one of the things I enjoyed tonight, apart from the sex, was you simply being here. I have this great big kitchen here and no one to use it. Since you're working on your animal treats, why not do that here? Before I can answer, he rushes on. There's no pressure for you to talk if you do decide to take me up on this. I'm more than happy reading my papers. We can have the bake-off or Friends or something on the telly in the background for noise, and I promise I won't distract you. I square my shoulders. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep. His eyes bulge at my joke, and he shakes his head, doing that charming, flustered British thing he does. Well, I will do my best. What I'm trying to say is that you can use this space with no obligation to speak to me. I think I'd just like the company, to be honest. He clears his throat. Pretty sad, isn't it? Not at all. Monty's such a good guy. The type of person who would give you the shirt off his back, even if it means him having to go without. And I get the feeling his good nature has been taken advantage of in the past, that his willingness to look after everyone has come at the expense of him neglecting to take care of himself. I could respond to his offer by telling him Daly's already letting me use the bakery for my animal treats. But I don't, because I want to come here. His refrigerator and pantry are woefully stocked. He has a stack of takeout menus in the top shelf, and he's lonely and alone. If I come here, I'll be able to keep Monty company, cook him some proper food, and ensure he's at least eating one home-cooked meal a day. I look into his eyes, smile, and say, I'd love to. How come you've stopped staying behind? Daly asks me a few weeks later in the bakery kitchen. Are you not working on your animal treats anymore? Shit, I was hoping he hadn't noticed. I just slung my backpack over my shoulder at the end of my shift, headed for Monty's since he has a day off. I drop it onto the floor. No, still working away, I answer, hoping he doesn't read too much into my blush. Daly taps his chin. So if you're still doing the animal treats, but you're not making them here, and I know for a fact the kitchen in your apartment is tiny, I wonder where on earth could you be baking these days? I shake my head, assuming I'm busted. How did you know? Devos! Tyler sails triumphantly into the kitchen. I should have known. Nothing gets past Tyler. He looks between me and Daly, his lips curled in a grin. I'm right, aren't I? Don't know what... Oh, please. Tyler does a theatrical hand wave. The jig is up, Jer. Monty comes in here every single time he's working. He always hangs around for ages after you make him his drink. When he eventually does leave, you walk around the place with a huge smile on your face like you scored yourself a lifetime supply of Hayes' Dildo Lube soap. Oh, I really am busted. And also, I've literally seen you walk down the street with him on your way to his place, I'm assuming. Tyler adds. Is it bad? Daly frowns. Why would it be bad? So many reasons, I think to myself. The biggest one being that my feelings for Monty are only growing stronger while his are... Well, I don't know what he's feeling. And that's part of the problem. I love going over to his place and baking because, true to his word, there's no obligation to talk. We do, of course, since it'd be weird not to say anything at all, but he removed the expectation of it. Most of the time, he puts the baking show on and sits, either in the living room, but mostly in the kitchen, reading his papers or something on his laptop, while I potter around working on my stuff. We don't bother or distract each other, but we do sprinkle in little snippets of conversation here and there. Small things like if anything interesting happened that day, a comment about the warming weather, some tidbits about turtle conservation. Most evenings also end in sex, which always involves a healthy dose of Monty blowing and rimming me, so yeah, all in all, things are going well. It feels good. Nice. Nicer than it should, because I'm not an idiot. The writing's on the wall. Monty and I don't have a future beyond whatever little arrangement we've fallen into. Despite him sleeping and feeling better lately, he's still reading up about those endangered turtles. Apparently, there's a place in Guatemala offering a paid fellowship to do some research. He's mentioned it a few times, his eyes lighting up whenever he does. So it looks like he's not even planning on staying in town. But that's not the biggest reason why we can't be together, no. The biggest reason would be me. It's bad because who would want to be with me? I tell my friends. It takes me 5 fucking minutes just to get a few words out. Baking in his place, sharing a meal, and having mind-blowing sex together is one thing. Becoming my full-time boyfriend is a completely different ballgame. It's a burden, and one I wouldn't want to impose on anyone. Tyler moves over to me and hooks his arm over my shoulder. Hey, any guy who gets to be with you will be the second luckiest guy in the world. After Daly, of course, since he's the luckiest because he gets to be with me. I chuckle, and Daly rolls his eyes. The point Tyler is trying to make, he says, taking over, is that you're a fucking catch. And from what I've seen over the past few months, Monty is totally into you. I nod, feeling a bit better. Thanks, guys. I hug them both goodbye, and as I walk the few blocks over to Monty's place, I replay Daly's words in my head. Monty is totally into you. Just the thought makes my breath hitch. When I'm with Monty, things feel good between us. Right. I don't miss the way he looks at me, how he softens when he's around me. Even if he's not feeling well, I can bring a smile to his lips. But just because he's being friendly, it doesn't mean he likes me. Or does it? 12. Montgomery. Jeremy is nothing short of mesmerizing. I shuffle my papers around a little so that he doesn't think I'm a creeper who's gawking at him, even though I am. Gawking at him, that is, not being a creeper. I hope. He's made himself right at home in my kitchen these past few weeks, although he hasn't entirely stuck to my original offer, which was for him to come over and work on his animal treats. He does spend a portion of time doing that, but in his 2, sometimes 3 visits per week, he also ensures I'm well fed. He'll cook an amazing dinner, which we eat together, and he always makes enough leftovers to last me a few days. He's even started making me sandwiches to take to work the next day. He's also introduced me to peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, the idea of which made me retch when he first suggested it, because in the UK our jelly is, totally different. It's not spreadable. It's more like what Americans know as Jell-O, which I think everyone agrees does not belong on bread. He's humming to himself as he squares off his doggy cupcakes, carefully lining them along the baking tray. His tricep muscles flex under his white t-shirt. His hair's grown out longer now, but thankfully there are no indications he plans on man-bunning it any time soon. It's also gone a few shades lighter, due to it being summer. His silver earrings glisten under the lights of the kitchen every once in a while, and I find myself just staring at him and smiling. He looks up and catches me. What? He rubs the back of his hand against his forehead. Have I got something on my face? No. My smile widens. I'm just an old perv checking out the smoking hot baker cooking up a storm in my kitchen. A full-blown grin erupts on his face. Good thing for you, then, that I happen to have a thing for old pervs. You make me happy, Jeremy. You really do. I find myself saying. I sit up taller, and for a fleeting moment I wish I could take the words back. They came out of nowhere. I said them without thinking, which is completely unlike me. I never... You make me happy too. I push off the stool and rush toward him. My hands weave into his hair, his slide around my waist, and our mouths collide. He opens for me, and I plunge in, savoring the sweet velvety heat that's so undeniably him. I've grown accustomed to kissing him, fucking him, and heaven help me, the countless hours I've spent rimming him. I can't seem to get enough of him. I'm so physically attracted to him, and I'm drawn to him emotionally as well. I'm still not clear in my own head where that leaves me on the sexuality spectrum, since I've got zero interest in other guys. I'm also not particularly interested in women either, just Jeremy. The kiss grows even more frenzied, but before we can take it any further, an alarm rings out, jolting us back to reality. Jeremy pulls back, and my eyes drop to his rosy, just-kissed lips. Dinner's ready. He lets go of me and hustles over to the cooker, getting the meal ready. I grab the cutlery and salt and pepper out of the pantry, shaking my head every once in a while. What are you doing? Nothing. I tap my temple. That alarm has set off a ringing sound, that's all. Jeremy casts me a long look. Go see a doctor. No. I grabbed 2 placemats and set them at the end of the counter where we always eat. He sighs despondently and brings over 2 plates. So, British men are just as stubborn about refusing to see a doctor as American men. I smile at him. Correct. Now less talking and more eating. I eye off the casserole he's whipped up as I reach for the salt. This smells terrific. Wouldn't want it getting cold. He sits down, shaking his head, but drops it. If only he knew the extent of it. I'm starting to think something is wrong, and that I should actually see someone about it. My headaches come and go, and they're now accompanied by earaches set off by random noises, such as alarms, car horns. Even the phone ringing at the surgery can trigger it. It leaves me feeling lightheaded, off balance, and worried. But that's not what I want to be thinking about right now. I've never asked you, I begin. What made you decide to be a baker? Jeremy sets his fork down. It's a long story. I can write it down for you. I stop eating and reach over, covering his hand with mine. If writing it down is something that you would prefer to do, then by all means, go ahead. But if you're doing it out of consideration for me, please don't. Because what I would like is to hear you tell me the story. Even if it takes all night. Even if you have to take breaks. Even if you stop and start. None of that bothers me. I'm very happy listening to you talk. His eyebrows tilt down, considering what I just said. I hasten to add, but only if you want to. There's no pressure. I'm happy either way. A blush breaks out across his cheeks as he starts talking. My sister got one of those baking doll sets for Christmas one year, and she let me play with it. It does take a while for Jeremy to tell me about how his love of baking started from his sister's playset, was encouraged by two wonderfully supportive parents, and culminated in him attending a baking college in New York. But I don't care. Whether 5 minutes passes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter, because I genuinely enjoy spending time with him. I'm in no rush, and as long as he's comfortable, I'd stay and listen to him for as long as it takes. Once he's finished telling me about how his love of baking started, I decide to build on the momentum and ask him a few more questions. As the night rolls on, and we retire to the couch, I get an insight into fragments of his childhood, as well as learning more about his friends in NYC, who he was visiting the first night we met. When he wraps up his story with how he ended up back in Brookhaven and working at the bakery courtesy of Daly's grandmother hiring him, I take each of his hands in mine and say, "Thank you for telling me. It means a lot that you trust me." He takes a sharp breath, and I can almost see him willing himself to look me in the eyes. "Thank you, too. No one's ever..." He trails off, his head sinks, and my heart feels like someone's ripped it out of my chest and is stomping all over it. How fucking dare anyone make this wonderful guy feel bad about his stutter? I let a few moments of silence pass before lifting my hand to his chin and guiding his eyes back to meet mine. I'm not saying this out of pity. I'm saying this as a person. I'm so sorry you've had experiences with people that have made you feel bad or unworthy or like there's something wrong with you, because there isn't. Well, what? One slight flaw is that you're not here every day, depriving me of eating that sweet ass of yours. But technically, that's not a personal flaw as much as it is a logistical scheduling conflict, since we do have busy lives. A laugh, so loud and so pure, burst out of him, and he shakes his head, eyes glimmering. You are obsessed with my ass. I am. I hold his hands again, but I digress. The point I'm making is this. I don't want you to ever feel bad around me because of your stutter. It's one part of you, not all of you. And as I may have mentioned a time or two, I find your voice incredibly sexy. Hence I enjoy hearing you talk. But how much or how little you speak is always up to you, of course. Just please never feel like you're doing me a favor by not speaking, because if I had my way, you'd never shut up. And I'd never quit munching on your ass. Such a romantic... Jeremy laughs again. I throw my head back. No one has ever said that about me before. His smile dims. Maybe we bring out our different sides to each other? Most definitely. Our eyes lock, and that light, airy feeling I always get in my chest when I'm around Jeremy expands. We're quiet for a while, gazing at each other, somehow saying as much with the silence as we exchanged with words. Something is definitely happening here. I should probably clean up. I nod, standing. Let me help you. We scoop our plates off the counter where we left them and head over to the sink. There's a pile of trays stacked on the left from Jeremy's cooking tonight. They're too big for the dishwasher, so we do them by hand.
He washes, I dry. Such a simple act of domesticity, and yet it makes me feel so wonderfully happy. Settled. At peace. How are the animal treats coming along? I ask. Good. I think I'm ready to start selling them. That's terrific. Well done. He hands me a tray, and I take it from him, noticing he doesn't seem as enthused as I expected him to be at the prospect of launching his business. What's wrong? It's just... He rests his forearms on the tap. I don't know what to do next. How do I sell the treats? I'm not a business person. Neither am I, I'm afraid. I grab his arm to get his attention, and he turns to look at me. But maybe we can figure it out together. He doesn't break eye contact. Really? Of course. Like I said, I have 0 business experience, so he probably should set some realistic and very low expectations for how helpful I can actually be, but I'm willing to try. He leans over and kisses me with smiling lips. Thank you. My body hums at the contact, at the nearness of Jeremy's body, at the sweetness of this seemingly innocuous moment. 2 guys washing the dishes, talking, but somehow it feels like so much more than that. A low heat simmers in my stomach. Speaking of new business ideas, I have one of my own. Yeah? I nod. Ever since you've started coming over, I've stopped using Uber Eats and replaced it with something better. What's that? Uber eats me out. Jeremy laughs, and I do too. Have you heard of it? I ask. No. Tell me more. I reach over and turn the water off. How about I show you instead? And with that, I grab Jeremy's wet hand and march him back to the couch. He strips out of his clothes, lies down on the sofa, and invitingly offers me my favorite thing. I drop to my knees, close my eyes as I inhale his scent, before getting to work, Uber eating his ass out all night. Our marathon rimming session must have run longer than either one of us expected, because when Jeremy's phone alarm blares at 3:45 a.m. the next morning, early starts are part and parcel of being a baker after all, I'm surprised to find us clumped together on the couch. I'm flat on my back, and Jeremy's squished himself to my side, his head on my chest. He lets out a grumble that vibrates through me as he flops his arm around to switch his phone off. I smile drowsily. He's probably thinking he's at home in his own bed and not using me as his personal pillow on my couch. Jeremy, I whisper, when his hand, flailing, proves unfruitful. You're with me. His head jerks, and he pulls himself off me. His eyes are heavy, but slowly start to fill with recognition. We fell asleep? I nod, lazily combing my fingers through his hair. We did. Apparently, epic rim jobs can do that. He snickers, finds his phone so he can turn it off, and then folds back into me, resting the side of his face on my chest. I trace my fingers over the top of his shoulder. What are you doing? I ask. Listening to your heartbeat. I heard it all night. I wrap him up harder in my arms, as a faint voice in the back of my head whispers, "Isn't this nice?" And it really is, all of it. Hanging out with Jeremy in the evenings, sharing a meal, opening up to one another, having sex, all of it feels wonderful and exciting and somehow so natural and easy. The practical side of my brain wants to psychoanalyze this, label it, give it some structure, and try to figure out where, if anywhere, we're headed. But it's first thing in the morning, which means that's not the head I'm thinking with right now. Jeremy's breathing is getting deeper on my chest, and I suspect he's fallen back asleep. I run my hand down his bicep and give it a little shake. Jeremy, it's time to get up. Don't wanna all rimmed out. Pride wells within me. I did that. I made him feel so fantastic last night he can't wake up this morning. But I also don't want to be the reason he's late for work. If you get up right now, I'll blow you in the shower. And the time it takes me to blink, he peels himself off me and asks, "Really?" I laugh. Yes, really. 1 shower blowjob, 2 coffees, and 30 minutes later, Jeremy is dressed and ready to face the world. I walk him to the door. I was wondering something, I say. Yeah? I glance back toward the kitchen. Would you mind if I brought your latest creations into the clinic, do some product testing in business parlance? Jeremy smiles and slides his palms down my chest. When you use the word parlance, you can do whatever you like. I'll have to keep that in mind. So is that a yes, then? He nods. Of course. That would be great. Thank you, Monty. God, I love hearing my name on his lips. Sure, it's better when he's coming, but I'll take it wherever I can get it. Great. Now, off you go. I don't want you running late. He leans in closer to me. One more kiss, please? When he puts it like that, how can I resist? Jeremy's animal treats are going down, well, a treat. Over the past 2 weeks since I brought them into the clinic, they've proven to be a huge hit with animals, which is wonderful, but it still doesn't solve the dilemma of how to bring his treats to market. That's another term I've stumbled upon in my research. I've temporarily shelved my conservation reading and replaced it with Google searches for business concepts such as starting a small business and how to sell animal treats. I've also become a big fan of the term business parlance, which I've been using to great effect, but in more of a bedroom rather than boardroom sense. I'm invested in Jeremy's success because I've seen how hard he works, and I believe in him. He's spending so much of his time, energy, and money making the best organic treats for animals to enjoy. He deserves for there to be a payoff. I know he's not doing it for money, but if he ends up making a little extra on the side, it would be icing on the cake. However, I'd be lying if I said my motives were entirely altruistic. The fact of the matter is I'm liking Jeremy in a more than just friends way. He brightens my mood just by being around. Even when I'm not feeling my best, I enjoy his company, his presence in my home, and I find myself longing for him on nights when he's not there. I still have reservations as to whether moving to America was the right next step for me, but it's becoming increasingly clear that whatever verdict I reach on that front, meeting Jeremy is something I'll never regret. Being around him is having a positive impact on me. I'm more pleasant to be around. I'm opening up more to him than I have to anyone else, and for the first time since her passing, I'm not listening to my mother's voicemail as often as I used to. I'm still not ready to delete it just yet, but baby steps. Mrs. Lindemann, I call out in the waiting room. A very put-together blonde woman who looks to be in her early 30s stands up, right along with her adorable mini-me daughter. The little girl looks up at her mom and asks, "Is Fluffy gonna be okay?" My cold British heart melts a little at that. There's something about hearing a child speak in an accent that always makes me smile. On the inside, that is. I never show my feelings outwardly. "Yes, honey," Mrs. Lindemann replies. "This is just a routine shot so that Fluffy can be strong and healthy for a long time." I usher them into a consult room. The little girl, Annie, stays right by my side at the examination table as I inspect their beautiful mahogany-red chow-chow. "You'll be gentle with her?" she asks, peering up at me with two big blue eyes. Of course, I assure her. Fluffy won't feel a thing. Mrs. Lindemann, who's been off to the side and doing something on her phone, walks over to us.
What were those treats the receptionist gave Fluffy?
I turn to look at her. Why, is there a problem?
On the contrary, Fluffy is an incredibly fussy eater, and when the lady told us the treats are organic, I thought to myself, good luck getting her to eat it. But she scoffed them down. I'm posting about it on Instagram.
She smiles warmly and waves her phone in my face.
I wanted to know the name of the company so I could tag them.
My heart does a happy thud on Jeremy's behalf, the way it does whenever anyone compliments his treats. Well, actually, the treats are made by my... I stop, unable to land on a proper descriptor word for what Jeremy is to me. Well, friend seems too casual. Fuck buddy is utterly inappropriate and also inaccurate, since he's so much more than that, which leaves boyfriend. No, that's clearly in the realm of wishful thinking. Why would someone like Jeremy want to put up with an uptight, grumpy old get like me?
Yes?
Mrs. Lindemann prompts after I've clearly drifted off for longer than intended. I settle on, a local baker makes these treats. He's very good. Exceptional, really. He's looking to launch his business very shortly.
I see. Well, I think what he's come up with so far is pretty amazing.
She dips her hand into her purse and hands me a business card.
Would you be able to pass this on to him? I'd love to give his business a shout-out to my little following once it gets off the ground.
I take the card from her. Of course. Absolutely. I'll be seeing him tonight, actually. I turn my attention back to Fluffy to administer her shots. Excitement blooms in my belly. I can't wait to share this positive feedback with Jeremy tonight. And while I'm at it, and if the timing is right, there's something else I want to tell Jeremy, too.
13. Jeremy. I've heard people say that once you fly first class, it's hard to go back to coach. The same thing can be said for kitchens. Now that I've spent a lot of time cooking in Monty's dreamy kitchen, it's ruined all other kitchens for me. I'm singing quietly to myself as I slice into the lasagna I just took out of the oven for our dinner tonight. It smells divine. I glance up to Monty's usual spot, perched at the far corner of the massive island, papers and a laptop scattered around him as always. He's looking back at me. He does that a lot. I think he thinks I don't notice. But I do. Every single time. And tonight, he's been doing it more than normal. For some reason, he's in a good mood, which has put me in a good mood.
What are you singing?
He asks, pushing his laptop away. Oh, shit. I thought I was being quiet. You heard?
I did, and I loved it. You have a great voice.
I blush and move away to get some cutlery, unsure why I'm suddenly so self-conscious about my voice again. When I sing, I don't stutter. Doctors over the years have said that's normal. Kind of makes me wish life was a musical, so then my stutter can go undetected. I've never sung in front of anyone before, and now I know Monty's heard me sing without stuttering. It weirds me out for some reason. Like, it'll make him see what it would be like to hang around me if I didn't have a stutter. Maybe he'll see me differently somehow.
Hey.
The heat from Monty's body presses into me from behind, his hands wrapping around my middle. My hands hover above the open cutlery drawer, and I close my eyes.
I didn't mean to say anything to upset you. I'm sorry if me hearing you sing was wrong. I should have told you I was listening in.
I turn around, and I'm right there, face to face with someone who's more considerate and understanding of my stutter than anyone I've ever met. How does he always know the right thing to say?
I'm being silly. No, you're not.
He sweeps his fingers over my cheek.
Someone once told me that all feelings are valid.
His eyes darken and my heart beats faster in my chest in anticipation of whatever he's going to say next.
And the truth of the matter is, Jeremy, I'm developing feelings for you.
His hands are warm and strong as they glide over my waist and pull me closer into him.
Spending time with you has become my favorite thing. I enjoy your company. Things with you are so easy and relaxed. It feels right. And I know I must have a number of red flags for you. You don't. Really. His brow arches. I'm too old. I shake my head. Okay, how about this then? I haven't figured out my sexuality yet. I'm emotionally unavailable. I'm still grieving for my mother. Not to mention my general disposition is permanently set to somewhere between grumpy old bastard and miserable twat. I don't even know if I'll end up staying in Brookhaven. He shoots me a nervous smile. See? So many red flags. More head shaking from me. Don't ever take a career in car sales. You'd suck at it. Monty's eyes widen a fraction. He stares at me without saying a word, and then he bursts out laughing. It's the first time I've heard such a full-throated laugh come out of him. I see your red flags. I point to my mouth. And I raise you this. His laughter dies. Low. The sound comes out harsh and growly. Do not ever think that your stutter is an issue for me, because it isn't. Not even for 1 second. Panic twists in my throat. I want to believe him, and in a way I do believe him. It's just hanging out is different than being in a relationship with someone like me. How exactly would it be different? He challenges. We spend all our spare time together. You cook for me. I eat your ass out for hours. You stay over. We sleep wrapped up in each other's arms. Good heavens, Jeremy, I think we're actually in some sort of a relationship already. I push past him, needing some space, but he doesn't relent this time. He follows and steps around me, so he's standing on the other side of the counter. I need you to answer my question. He presses. How would anything be different? It's not fair to you. What isn't fair? I don't understand. This. He pins me with a cutting glare. What can I say or do to make you realize that I'm telling you the truth? That your stutter, honestly, doesn't bother me. That's the thing. I drop my head, tears stinging the back of my throat. I do believe you. I'm the one with the problem. I hate that I'm feeling like this. Monty's been nothing but amazing about my stutter, but for some fucked up reason I can't get past it. I can't get over the fear that my stutter makes me unworthy of being in a relationship. It's so wrong. Monty's doing everything right, and I'm the one stuck on whatever hang-up this is. I should probably grab my stuff and go. There's no way I can salvage this situation. I've made too much of a mess. Monty's fingers gently lift my chin up. His eyes are watery. My mother used to say, a problem shared is a problem halved. If you want to, and only if you want to, we can work on this together. I swallow hard, inhale slowly. This is what I want. It really is, but it's so fucking scary. I've been rejected by so many guys because of my stutter. I mean, do I take the chance? and risk my heart with Monty? He's giving me some time to think, still staying close, still staring at me, but I don't feel pressured to speak. The whole time we've known each other, he's never once made me feel rushed or anything bad. Monty is so different to any other guy I've ever been with, so maybe he's worth taking a leap of faith with. My eyes well up. I do want to. He pulls me into his arms, his fingers finding my hair. We'll figure everything out, I promise. And as I surrender to his touch, to the warmth of his strong body next to mine, I believe him. After a few moments, he lets go of me. The food is getting cold, he says with a friendly smile. Let's eat. We grab our plates and take them to the sofa. Monty steers the conversation to some lighter topics and asks me about my day, which was busy but uneventful. As we're finishing our lasagna, Monty's face flashes with excitement. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot to tell you. He drops his plate onto the coffee table and rushes to his bedroom. When he returns, he's waving a business card. A lady came into the clinic today. She was impressed with your treats. Well, a dog loved them, and she was impressed with that. I didn't mean to imply she ate them. I chuckle and set my plate aside. I know what you mean. Good. Anyway, she asked me to pass on her card to you. She mentioned she wanted to give you a shout-out to her little following on social media. Monty does the air quotes gesture with his fingers, making me chuckle again. He's growing more and more animated by the minute. I haven't seen him like this before. I checked out her Instagram account, and, well, she's the president of an organization called the Small Business Council. Her little following? Yep, he's using his whole hands now to emphasize the quotation marks. Is a 250,000 people. Whoa. Whoa, indeed. Do you realize what this means, Jeremy? This could be an amazing opportunity. I've been researching different marketing thingies. What are they called? Strategies? That's right. He pushes to his feet and starts pacing the living room. Wow, he's really getting into this. We need to strike while the iron's hot and get this idea to market. This could be a really great break and give your business a huge boost. I get up, smiling and loving his enthusiasm. He's been so supportive about this whole idea. I close the gap between us. When I reach him, I run my hands over his broad shoulders and smile. You're sexy when you talk business. Oh, really? I suppose I did get quite excited there for a moment. I'm sorry. As much as I love his rambling, I cut it off with a kiss. Lips spread, tongues swirling, I lose myself in him. My usual doubts and worries rush at me, but they're warded off by an invisible force field. Just for right now, for this one single moment, I allow myself to revel in a great guy who's never once been put off by any part of me, and has done nothing but treat me well and wants what's best for me. When I pull back, I say, We've had dinner. What about dessert? Monty's lips quirk. Oh, and what's on the menu? We both know the answer, but I breathe it against his ear anyway. My ass. The next few weeks fly by in a blur. Launching a business is no joke, but reaching out to Diane Lindemann has helped exponentially. I sent her a DM thanking her for liking my treats. She responded straight away, told me she believed I had a great product and offered to help in any way I needed it. The Small Business Council has a ton of resources for folks just like me, people who have an idea for a business, and that's about it. Monty and I have spent pretty much every single night going through it all, step by step, from registering a business to setting up bank accounts to coming up with a business name. Yeah, that one was tricky, but
I think we've got it.
The designs look amazing,
Monty says, coming up behind me and resting his chin on my neck. The designer did a great job. I'm reviewing the logos she's sent through for Jote, Jeremy's organic animal treats. After doing a ton of research, we've come up with a name that spells out exactly what the business does, can be shortened so it's catchy, and works on social media. Plus, the website domain name was available too. And the best part? Monty and I came up with it together. I spin around on the stool and kiss him, just because I like kissing him, and having sex with him, and hanging out with him. Basically, I like anything to do with Montgomery Smith. I'm still not sure about how we're going to make us work, but being stressed and busy these past few weeks and not cracking under all the pressure we've been under to get my business off the ground is a pretty clear sign we're good together.
Are you excited about the launch?
I am. We've set a date, 3 weeks from now. All the vets at the clinic are super excited, and of course, Tyler's volunteered to throw the launch party of all launch parties. He's been brainstorming ideas every day at the bakery. Today's involved having all the vets stripped down to their Speedos, since that would be a fun throwback to what they did last Christmas. I'm leaving all of that crazy stuff in his more than capable hands, and I'm putting my capable hands to a good use of their own. I run my hands across Monty's shoulders and down his chest, then lower, lower, lower.
My eyes are up here, mister.
He chides playfully as I cup his bulge through his pants. Not interested in your eyes right now.
Is that so?
He licks his lips.
Are you up for a rimming, then?
No. I shake my head. I mean, yes, I'm always up for that, but I want something else now. He pins me with a heated look.
Tell me, and I'll make it happen.
I loop my arms over his shoulders. I want you to fuck me so hard I scream your name.
You got it.
Monty slides one arm under me, one around my back, and scoops me into his arms, carrying me to the bedroom, bridal style. You're stronger than you look. He lowers me down carefully onto the bed and looks up at me.
That's because when I want something, I'm unstoppable.
His words ignite a fire deep inside me, and it feels like I'm free-falling. Monty starts stripping me out of my clothes, and when I'm naked, he undresses himself, grabs supplies from the nightstand, and starts warming up my hole with his tongue. My legs flail in the air, my fingers scrape along his scalp, and I start to fucking lose it. The sensations of him eating me out permeate throughout my whole body. Pleasure singes every nerve ending, every cell in me, and all of this from one tongue? It's insane. Monty preps me expertly, crescendoing in a 3-finger stretch that gets my whole body quivering in anticipation. Need you, I whisper, not caring how desperate I sound. Monty smirks, sheathing his cock in a rubber. He looks up at me.
Good.
It's more than good. It's amazing. Monty likes being needed, taking care of someone, and I'm liking being on the receiving end of it. I never thought I would, but that's because I associated getting help with someone taking pity on me. But that's not the vibe I'm picking up from Monty. There's no pity here, but there is definitely a connection.
Just making sure,
he says, spreading his knees wide on the mattress and positioning his cock near me.
You're still up for a hard pounding.
I grin. You still hate this bed.
Very much so.
Fuck me so hard we break it, then have to get a new one. Monty slaps the head of his cock against my hole. There's a glimmer in his eyes when he peers up at me and murmurs, "Your wish is my command." 14. Montgomery.
How about this one? I get on the bed gingerly and lie down on my back. Jeremy comes around and sits down from the other side, places his palms on it, and bounces up and down a few times. I look up at him, frowning. "What are you doing?" He smiles goofily over his shoulder.
If we're going to buy a bed, we should make sure it can withstand us.
I suppose you're right. We do need something sturdy. I tried to suppress a grin, memories from last night filling my head. I thought Jeremy was kidding when he said he wanted me to fuck him so hard we broke the bed. Turns out he wasn't. And we did hear a very loud cracking sound toward the end of our sex marathon, so here we are. Bed shopping. He scooches up the bed so he's lying beside me, then he reaches over and hooks his pinky around mine.
This feels nice.
I turn, seeing his handsome profile illuminated by the horrendously bright store lights, and smile. It does. My smile coaxes one out of him in return. His eyes meet mine.
I meant the mattress.
Sure you did. I tease, and he doesn't object, or clarify. We lie there for a while, just looking at each other, not even aware of anything or anyone around us. We're in our own universe, and it feels so good, so right. I've been holding off on buying a bed ever since I arrived, unsure about whether it's worth it, since I don't know how long I'll be in Brookhaven for. However, since Jeremy is staying over most nights now, and he has been complaining about neck pain due to my god-awful bed, it's no longer about whether I'll be staying. I need to buy a better mattress so that he's able to get a proper night's sleep. Plus, we're well on our way to breaking the current bed. So there's that to consider, too. It's not like I don't have the money. Even though I haven't dipped into my mother's insurance even once since she passed, I think this is a worthy first purchase, one she would approve of, and frankly probably chide me for not making earlier, given how many sleepless nights I've endured. Jeremy and I get up and test out a few other beds in the store before both agreeing on a medium firm mattress with a sturdy base. A very sturdy base. I sort out the payment details at the counter and am told the bed will be delivered next week.
Thank you for buying the bed,
Jeremy says, taking my hand in his when we leave the store. It's not a problem. Jeremy stops walking. He chews his lower lip.
Does this mean you'll be staying?
I can feel the anxiousness roll off him as well as a glimmer of hope. Does he want me to stay? I brace his shoulders and look him straight in the eye. I can't lie to him or give him the wrong idea, only to disappoint him if I do end up leaving. As difficult as it is, I have to be honest. The truth is, I don't know yet. His eyes drop to the ground. Oh, it should be a relatively easy decision, but you see, I gently guide his chin back up, connecting our gazes. I've met someone. Memories from the last few months with Jeremy flicker in rapid bursts. I smile at him, and that makes my decision a little more complicated.
Right.
A little more complicated is a complete understatement. The truth is, when I left London, I was lost, grieving and needing to escape. I'm still somewhat lost and still grieving my mother, but my desire to run away is no longer there. I most certainly wasn't seeking a relationship, but it seems that despite myself, I've found myself in one of sorts, with a terrific person, no less. And that thought is equally heartwarming as it is petrifying, because love is messy and complicated, requiring a skill set that 43 years of living have demonstrated I don't possess. I've got a handwritten note handed to me on what was meant to be my wedding day to prove it. What if I mess things up with Jeremy? He's too good a person for me to hurt him, and yet what if, due to my inability to talk and process emotions like a normal person, that's exactly what I end up doing? I wouldn't be able to live with myself. He deserves to be with someone good and worthy of him. As much as I would like to be that person, I don't know if I'm the man for the job. Reading into my silence, which he does frequently, and with remarkable accuracy, Jammy smiles. We can figure things out later. A problem shared is a problem halved, right? That's exactly right. I squeeze his fingers tightly. Now come on. We still have a week to wait until the new bed arrives. What do you say we completely destroy the old one? Jammy laughs. I say we do it. And with that, we get into my car and set off back to my apartment for some bed-destroying action. Hey, Chase pops his head around my door. Gus and I are having a drink after work. Want to join us? Sure. Jammy's hanging out with a friend tonight, so I'm free. For some reason, that makes Chase smile. He steps into the consult room, closing the door behind him, and pulls up a chair on the other side of the desk. Interesting that when I ask if you're free for a drink, you mention Jeremy. I straighten. Is it? It's nothing bad, he quickly clarifies. Just an observation. Well, I clear my throat. Chase leans back in his chair, watching me but saying nothing. I finally land on, I'm very much drawn to him. And how does that fit in with your sexuality spectrum? It's fine, I say, maybe a little too quickly. Really? I nod. Great. Somehow I've found myself in a conversation about emotions, and there's no alcohol involved. How do people do this sober? Chase doesn't say anything, which gives me time to process my thoughts. Jeremy is a fantastic person who I enjoy spending time with. His gender doesn't bother me, not as much as... I trail off, then pick up again, because what have I got to lose, really? Well, his age, for starters. He's 15 years younger than me. Gus and Tate have a bigger age gap, and they're one of the best couples I've ever met. Couldn't be more suited to each other. That is true. I've seen it for myself. Still, I do have a reservation, one that's painfully embarrassing to admit. I lean forward and whisper, even though we're alone in the room. What if someone mistakes me for Jeremy's father? Chase throws his head back and laughs. I'm sorry, it's not funny, it's just... That's what you're worried about? Well, partly, yes. Okay, 2 things. Firstly, you look great. When I first met you, I placed you in your late 30s, and definitely not someone old enough to father a guy in his late 20s. Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a bit better. And secondly, who cares if some moron does think that? What other people think is none of your business. It shouldn't dictate how you live your life. The great thing about being older is that we care less about what other people think, right? I say nothing, so he repeats with a little more gusto this time. Right? Well, yes, I suppose so. I assume you guys have been out in public before? I nod. We have. We went bed shopping last week. Chase's eyebrows shoot up to his hairline. Right, and was anyone giving you guys any weird looks? No. We were trying out all the beds and held hands some of the time, and no one seemed to care. More sky-high eyebrows. Right. So it looks like you've got nothing to worry about on that front. And
You can work on the age gap thing, and if being with a dude doesn't bother you, which you're sure it doesn't?"
He double-checks. Jeremy, being a man, doesn't factor into things. All I know is that I've never been more interested and keen to spend time with someone than I am with him. I also have no interest in anyone else, male or female. That's as far as I've gotten.
Okay, in that case, while there may be other aspects to your sexuality, one thing is clear.
What's that?
You're gay for Jeremy?
Gay for Jeremy. I nod, grinning. I like the sound of that. Thanks, Chase.
Happy to help. Are there any other issues?
Well, my grin vanishes along with the momentary flutter of happiness. I fold my hands together, suddenly feeling a throb at the base of my skull, the first sign of another headache coming on. I don't know where exactly my future will be.
What do you mean?
I sigh. As much as I'm enjoying my time at the clinic, I don't know if my heart's in it. I take a breath. There's a research opportunity in Guatemala that I'm seriously considering pursuing, but
Jeremy's not in Guatemala.
Chase finishes my thought for me. Exactly.
That is a problem,
he says slowly.
but it's a solvable one.
Is it?
Chase smiles. It is. Trust me. If things between you and Jeremy are meant to be, you guys will find a way to make it happen.
I wish I shared his confidence.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Look, I need to get ready for an op, but come out and have a drink later with me and Gus, and we'll talk about it some more.
He gets up to leave. Yes, I very much need alcohol. He chuckles.
See you later, man.
Drinks with Chase and Gus last night did not produce any miracle solutions. They only caused a brand new dilemma, namely a bitch of a hangover I've been nursing all bloody day. Thankfully, I have the day off, which means that after a morning of moping around and feeling sorry for myself, I've gotten to spend the afternoon helping Jeremy fulfill his first batch of orders. The Small Business Council posted about Jote animal treats and how healthy and delicious they are, and it resulted in 275 orders from one single post. The website only went live yesterday, and the official launch is still a couple of weeks away, but it would be silly to knock back orders, so here we are, up to our necks in animal treats. Since I have two left hands in the kitchen, Jeremy cooks while I handle something more at my manual skill level, packing the treats into boxes and affixing shipping labels. He's whizzing around the kitchen, but not in his usual relaxed way. He's overwhelmed by the size of the order. On more than one occasion, I've heard him swear when something hasn't gone right. He's frantically stirring a big pot of something when I walk up behind him and place my hands on his shoulders. Happiness fills me when he leans into the touch. I knead my fingers into his tense shoulders. That feels good. You're stressed, mister, I observe quietly. I know it's a big order, but we'll get through it. We're making great progress. He turns around so we're chest to chest. His hair's a mess, and he's been rubbing his eyes so they're puffy. Thank you. I couldn't do it without you. I pull him in for a hug. His stutter gets worse when he's under pressure. I wish there was more that I could do. I tell him, holding on to him. He sags into my body, and I stroke his back for a few minutes. When we pull apart, he looks at me and says, "You're doing plenty. I needed that." I ignore the headache that's only growing stronger and put on the happiest voice I can muster. Glad to be of service. Now, I've packed and labeled the first batch of treats. Is the second one ready to go? Give me 5. All right, I'll get the next boxes set up on the counter. As much as I hate seeing Jeremy overwhelmed, I'm glad he's here, in my kitchen and in my life. Chase's words ring in my ear, and I desperately want to believe that we will find a way to be together. Somehow, I crouch down to pick up a packet of empty boxes off the floor, and as I get up, my vision goes wonky. The boxes fall from my hands, and I stumble to the left, smacking my side against the counter. A loud, high-pitched sound rings out in my right ear. "What's wrong, Monty?" I can't move. My body feels heavy, while my legs have gone to jelly. I'm leaning against the counter, but it's not enough. I start falling to the ground as everything goes blurry and starts to fade. The last thing I remember is Jeremy catching me before I hit the floor, and him yelling out, "Monty!" When I come to, I'm in a hospital room. I blink my eyes open a few times, adjusting to the light. There's a movement on my left. I turn my head slowly. It hurts, and my throat is so dry I can't even speak. "Hey." Jeremy's sitting beside the bed, his hand on mine, looking even more stressed than he was in my kitchen. That's the last thing I remember. He was cooking and I was packing his orders. How long ago was that? How did I end up here? I need to find out what the hell is going on. Here. He hands me a paper cup filled with water. I take it from him and have a few sips, the liquid sliding down my throat, bringing some relief. It doesn't hurt to swallow anymore. "What happened?" I rasp, giving him the cup back. He takes it from me. "You had a headache all day, and then you blacked out." I nod. "Yes, I remember that. I thought it was a hangover, but it appears to be more than the aftermath of a few too many drinks." Jeremy's face remains tight. "I told them that said you've been having headaches for a while now." I see. My body feels heavy, and I can tell something's not right. Truthfully, I haven't been feeling well for months. Jeremy lifts my hand carefully and presses a few kisses into my knuckles. I study him more closely and notice his eyes are red-rimmed. He's been crying. "I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine." He squeezes his eyes shut before delicately placing my hand down the side of my body. "You're not fine, Monty. You're a stubborn ass who wouldn't go to the doctor. They're going to run some tests on you." That makes me feel even worse because he's absolutely right. If I'd gotten whatever this is checked out earlier, I most likely wouldn't have collapsed and caused all this fuss. "Wait, what about your order?" He shakes his head in disbelief. "I don't care about my order. I care about you." Emotion clogs the base of my throat. But before I can respond, the door swings open, and the doctor comes in. He's an older man with a friendly face and an immediately reassuring presence. "How are you feeling, Mr. Smith?" "Fine." I cop a glare from Jeremy, so I amend my response. "Not so fine, actually. My body feels like it's being weighed down. Head's a bit fuzzy, too." The doctor jots down some notes. "I'd like to run some tests." "What for?" "Given the prolonged time you've experienced symptoms, we'll start by looking at your vestibular system. That includes brain and ear tests to see if there's an issue there." "I see." I nod, suddenly feeling alarmed. The second a doctor mentions the word brain, it elevates things to a whole new level. "Nothing to be too concerned about at this stage," he says in a well-practiced, reassuring tone. "We'll do a few tests today, but I will need you to come in for more tests over the next few weeks." "Yes, of course." "But when can he go
home?"
Jeremy asks. "We'll run the initial tests and keep an eye on him for a few hours, but he should be right to go this evening." "Thanks, Doc," I say. He smiles. "No problem. A nurse will be in shortly to get some blood work." He leaves, and the tightness on Jeremy's face is almost painful to observe. "Hey, you heard the doctor? He said there's nothing to be alarmed about."
"He also said brain tests."
"Yes, that part wasn't ideal. Look, I'll get these tests done, and then I can get out of here. I don't like hospitals."
"Neither do I."
"You don't have to wait," I say. "I don't want you to fall behind on your orders." Jeremy shakes his head and makes something resembling a growling sound.
If you weren't lying in a hospital bed, I'd smack you. Stop talking about the fucking orders."
"Can I take a rain check on the smack, please?" My attempt at lightening the mood goes down like a lead balloon. He levels me with an unimpressed look.
"Now is not the time to be all British and cute, mister."
I would say I disagree, but I'm not game to try cracking any more jokes.
"The vet gang are at your apartment working on them. If you have to know."
I smile, because of course they are. I've never encountered a more welcoming, wonderful group of people in my life. They really are like a family. Jeremy casts a concerned look my way.
"And I am not going anywhere until you're ready to go." 15. Jeremy. In the week that follows, we spend a lot of time at the medical center for follow-up checks and tests. He keeps trying to downplay his health condition, but I'm worried and swamped with guilt. How did I miss this? His headaches have been less frequent lately, but they haven't gone away entirely. He's had them ever since we met, and he's been burning the candle at both ends, rushed off his feet at the clinic, and then helping me with my business during any time off he has. He even bought a new mattress after I complained a few times about getting a sore neck. He's been too busy looking after everyone else and neglecting himself more than usual, and I let it happen. I was too focused on my own stuff that I missed what was going on with him. Well, that stops right now. There is no way in hell I ever want to relive Monty fainting in front of me like that. I've never been more scared in my entire life.
Stop fussing.
I'm not fussing. I bring out his foldable tray, place it over his stretched-out legs, and place the boiling chicken soup on it.
"You know," he says, picking up the spoon, "when we talked about christening the new bed, this wasn't what I had in mind."
"Really? I totally did." He grins.
"You got a nurse fetish."
Maybe. Now eat your soup."
"I will, thank you."
He's quiet as he takes the first few bites.
"This is delicious, and I very much appreciate it, and I don't mean to be rude."
He rests his spoon inside the bowl.
"This really isn't necessary. I don't like that you've given everything up to look after me."
Like he's one to talk. He gave up 3 years of his life to look after his ailing mother. I've just taken a few days off work, which I can since Daly's grandmother is back in town. If there's one person whose baking skills trump my own, it's her. She's the OG. You're under doctor's orders to take things easy, and I'm here to make sure you do." His eyes stray to my lips.
"So you're essentially saying you're a sexy police officer, here to enforce the law of the land, and I'm a fugitive on the run who needs to be punished."
I roll my eyes. Weren't we just playing doctor a few seconds ago? I think the medication has gone to your head."
"Something's definitely gone to my head."
If he didn't have a tray placed along his lap, he'd be grabbing his cock by now. I'm sure of it, because he's basically been a walking bag of horniness since we left the hospital after our first trip there. No, I reply flatly. No sex until you're feeling better. Look, I'm cured. It's a miracle. He carefully pushes the tray off him and makes a grabby motion with his hands. Can I have sex now, please? I don't need much. Just your ass on my face will suffice. If you're busy, you can bring your iPad and do your businessy things while I munch on your butt. Wow, his horniness must really be next level. Don't get me wrong, I want to have sex with Monty very, very much. But we're dealing with a potentially serious health issue here. The doctor specifically said for him to stay off his feet and not engage in any activities that would raise his heart rate. Sex will definitely do that. Avoiding an elevated heart rate is also the reason why I haven't brought up the "what are we to each other" conversation. Because ever since he fainted, my feelings for Monty have only intensified. It's brought into sharper focus how much I'm falling for him and want to be with him. There's still something holding me back, but I can see it's more the belief that I never thought love was meant for me, and not anything to do with him or us. I've kept my heart locked away from love for so long, but somehow, and I really don't know how he's been able to do it, Monty's unlocking emotions that have previously held me back. He likes me for who I am, and for the first time in my life, I want to try and move past my own issues and let someone in. Let him in. A gentle snore pulls me out of my thoughts. I smile. Monty's drifted off. The meds he's on knock him around a bit. That's to be expected, apparently. On our last visit to the doctor yesterday, he said Monty should be almost back to normal in the next few days, which works out quite well, since the official launch of Jote is happening next week, and there's only one person I want by my side for it.
How are you feeling?
Monty asks as we take in the scene before us. True to his word, Tyler's organized one unforgettable launch party. It's literally at a zoo. And even though we're in a conference room, the view overlooks the gorilla pen. There are servers dressed up as safari animals, and when I say dressed up, I mean their Speedos are either a leopard, lion, or tiger print. The place is packed, since Tyler has seemingly summoned every local business and media person in the entire city here. I'm good, I answer Monty's question, then reach down and thread my fingers into his. Glad you're better and able to be here. He still has to take it easy, but he's up and moving about.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away.
He tucks a strand of hair off my face.
I am so proud of what you've done to get here, and I have every confidence this business will be a smashing success.
I couldn't have done it without you.
I respectfully disagree. You could have. You're stronger and more capable than you give yourself credit for.
He presses a soft kiss to my lips.
But know that I'm here whenever you need me.
I close my eyes and I swear I can feel the current of Monty in my bones. Even though so many question marks hang over our future, I can't deny I'm falling for him. Hard, strong, completely.
Get a room, you two,
Gus jokes, approaching with the whole vet gang following on his tail.
They already have a room. Jer practically lives with Monty,
Tyler points out. The guys' quips keep flying around us, mainly eye-roll-inducing puns about hot ovens and sticking big things into them, but Monty and I don't move. We just stand there smiling at each other like we're the only two people in the world. Eventually I excuse myself since there's something I have to do. Something I really don't want to do. But as the founder of the business, I need to give a speech to over 100 people, mainly strangers. I make my way to the side of the stage. I prepared something short, but of course it's going to take me 10 minutes to say something a person without a stutter would manage in 2. Still, I have to do this. Weirdly, A part of me wants to as well. It's like by breaking through this barrier, I'll be proving something to myself. Monty keeps telling me I could have done this on my own, but I don't fully believe it. Maybe I need to push myself out of my comfort zone like this to help me see that there is some truth to what he's saying. As I glance down at my notes, a familiar scent wafts in the air. I spin around and see Monty approaching, looking so dapper. He's wearing a navy blue suit and gray tie, which brings out the silver in his hair. His eyes roam over me as he nears.
I just came over to state the blatantly obvious.
His voice is calm and steady. I lean in closer. Which is?
That you will deliver an absolutely wonderful speech that everyone here will love.
My face grows hot. Thanks.
And remember, Jeremy, everyone gathered here wants to see you succeed. Don't feel rushed. Take all the time you need. And just be yourself. And everyone here will love you like I...
He clamps his mouth shut, but his wide eyes betray him.
Was he just about to say he loved me?
Jeremy, Diane taps me on the shoulder. It's time for your speech, honey. Okay. I look back at Monty. He's rubbing his chest, sweat dotting his forehead, but manages a smile and mouths, "Good luck." I make my way onto the stage, trying to chase thoughts of whatever that almost was away. I look out into the sea of people and, shit, all thoughts of Monty fly out of my mind. It hits me. I actually have to speak. In front of these people. Panic burns in my chest, and for a moment, the temptation to turn and flee flashes in my mind. But no. I reach the lectern, plant my feet firmly into the ground, wipe a clammy hand discreetly down my side, and run my eyes over my notes again. I can do this. Adrenaline pumps through my veins as I tap the microphone a few times. The room falls silent. This is it. 100 pairs of eyes are focused solely on me. I clear my throat. Thank you all for coming here today. My name is Jeremy Cohen, and I'm the founder of Jote, Jeremy's Organic Animal Treats. The crowd applauds, and I take a breath. I'm doing this. I'm actually doing this. The idea came to me. I rattle off the story about Tyler organizing a RuPaul's Drag Race event at the bakery, as well as mentioning the hilarious story of how he accidentally ate some dog treats not knowing what they were. That draws a laugh out of everyone, including Tyler and Monty, who are both beaming proudly at me. That gives me the confidence to keep going. I explain why the ingredients in animal treats are so important, and why I hope Jote can make organic pet treats more accessible to animal owners by keeping the prices low and the quality high. I finish by moving on to a list of people I want to thank. Thank you so much to Diane Lindman, president of the Small Business Council. The resources you've provided helped so much. I had no idea what I was doing until you came along. Thank you. I find her in the audience and give her a nod and smile. Thank you to Tyler, who not only is the first and only human taste tester of Jote products, but also organized this great event today, and to Daly for letting me use the kitchen bakery where I cooked my first batches of treats. You're welcome, Devo. Tyler yells back, and the crowd chuckles. I'm also so incredibly grateful for the support of a bunch of vets from the best vet clinic in Brookhaven. Vet Shop Boys, Tyler cries out. Search for #VSB on socials, he adds, never missing an opportunity to throw in some additional promotion. I smile, amused. That's right. Thank you for letting me taste test at the clinic and for stepping in and helping me with my first order when I was overwhelmed. I tap my notes against the lectern, a tightness returning to my chest. My jaw ticks. And lastly, there's someone very important I have to thank. Someone who not only helped me start my business, but who's given me a confidence and belief in myself I never knew I had. He makes me feel special and strong, and I love his support. Say you love his support. Don't be an idiot and blurt out you love him in front of all these people. Him. I fix my gaze on Monty as a rush of love shoots through me. Oops. Maybe not the best time or place, but fuck it. I love Monty, and it felt like the right thing to say. So I did. My speech wraps up, applause fills the room, and I'm swarmed by a group of people wanting to shake my hand and bombarding me with all sorts of questions about the business. I smile and do my best to answer them, craning my neck the whole time to try and catch a glimpse of Monty. I can't see him anywhere. A shiver races through me. Shit. Have I just fucked things up? 16. Montgomery. As soon as Jeremy stops talking and the crowd starts clapping, I rush to the stage. I have to be near him. Jeremy just did 2 incredibly brave things. One, he spoke in front of a room full of people, which, despite trying his best to keep his nerves at bay these past few days leading up to the launch, I knew full well he was nervous about. And 2, professing his love for me. Something he beat me to. The room is crowded, making it slow going to reach the front of the stage. When I do, I see him, but he's flanked by people, shaking his hand, slapping his back, and generally excited for his business. I can see him looking around, but just as he turns in my direction, a giant of a man steps in and blocks my view of Jeremy, and his view of me. I decide to leave it. This is Jeremy's big moment. Launching his business means so much to him, and it's important he uses this opportunity to network and make contacts. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. I make my way over to the makeshift bar by the windows overlooking the gorilla enclosure and order a whiskey neat. I lean against the counter, sipping my drink, and internally chastising myself for not being more open about my feelings for Jeremy sooner. I'm the older one here. Shouldn't I be taking the lead on things, instead of leaving it up to Jeremy? The closest I've ever come to revealing my true feelings was inadvertently blurting out, "I love you," right before he gave his speech. But as always, I stopped myself. Unlike always, I'm pissed at myself that I did. I've always taken a certain comfort in keeping my emotions to myself. One clear memory I have of my father is him saying, "Emotions are for other people." Funny how some things imprint on you in your childhood, and you go through life believing them. But I'm 43 bloody years old, and maybe it's time to start questioning some of this bullshit I've been holding on to for too long. My father was a cold and selfish man who abandoned his family rather than deal with whatever shit he was going through. He's the last man I should model myself on. If anything, I should strive to be the exact opposite of him.
I finish my drink and glance around the room. I spot Lockie and give a wave, but he doesn't see me. I peer a little closer through the crowd at him. He seems upset. I inch my way over to him as he's heading for the exit, reaching him just as he makes it to the door. Lockie? He spins around, and the sight of him fills me with concern. Normally carefree and smiling, Lockie is on the verge of tears. Sorry, mate. Gotta bail. Give my best to Jammy, yeah? I will. Are you all right? He swipes a hand through his hair. Nah. Husband troubles. I see. I'm only just starting to come around to the idea that expressing my own emotions might not be the worst thing in the world. I have no idea how to coax them out of another human being. Is there anything I can do to help? His gaze flicks over to where Jeremy is standing, encircled by a group of people. Just make sure you're sure, yeah? In the back of my mind, I've always had something's not entirely right feeling about Bailey. And now, fuck. Now it's come back to bite me in the ass. Big time. I'm sorry to hear that. Do I ask for more information? Do I say nothing? Should I don't know, rub his arm or something? Just be sure, he repeats, sounding defeated. I gotta go. He turns to leave. Wait. If you want to talk, you can, talk to me. Lockie smiles sadly. Thanks, mate. And with that, he takes off. I turn around and Jeremy is still the center of attention, so I stand there, mulling over Lockie's words. I make a mental note to send him a text later to check in with him, and then I replay his words. Make sure you're sure. I smile. That's the thing when it comes to Jeremy, I am sure. I'm more certain of my feelings for him than I've been of anything in my life. And I'm certain of his feelings, too. Hell, he just announced them to everyone. But I also understand why he may be hesitant, holding a part of himself back. He's been hurt by guys. Our first encounter was shrouded in silence because he'd been brutally rejected by someone the week before. I can see he wants to believe me when I tell him his stutter isn't a problem for me, but he struggles with it, which is totally understandable. How does a person break a lifetime of habitual thought? It isn't easy. Ask me how I know. My words, no matter how well-intentioned and sincere, aren't enough. In hindsight, I'm grateful I got interrupted and didn't get to say I loved him earlier, because before I tell him how I feel for the first time, there's something I want to show him. Something that might, once and for all, prove to him more than words ever could, that I can and do love him completely for all that he is. And as soon as we get out of here, that's exactly what I'm going to do. We arrive back at my place after a car ride consisting mainly of small talk and long stretches of silence. Normally, we handle silence really well. It's never awkward or uncomfortable. This silence, though, is different. It's clear Jeremy is on edge, which makes total sense. He announced in the most public of ways that he's in love with me. He probably expects me to address that at some stage, and I fully intend to. I came close to expressing that very sentiment earlier, so my delay isn't due to nerves or doubts. No, it's because I want him to have a level of assuredness before I utter those 3 life-changing words. He deserves to know that my love is coming from a true place, the deepest part of me, and that there isn't one single thing I'd ever want to change about him. We get into the apartment, and I start switching a few lamps on. Jeremy's lingering at the doorway, taking his shoes off slowly as if he's weighing up whether he should stay or leave. I walk back to the entry. Come here. I take his hand and lead him to the living room. We sit down on the same couch. I smile as I stare into those beautiful hazel eyes of his. The energy slowly starts to shift. I release his hand only to pick up my phone. Your speech was wonderful. I begin, and immediately Jammy's shoulders sag in relief.
Oh, thank fuck. I thought I stuffed things up.
You haven't, I assure him. Not at all. There's something I want to share with you before I address what you said. It's important that you hear this, so that when I tell you what I'm going to tell you, you believe it unreservedly. He frowns and looks confused. Can't say I blame him. I'm not really making much sense at the moment. I dial through to voicemail on my phone. This is a voicemail from my mother. She left it about 6 months before she died. It's nothing extraordinary. I'll just play it now, and you can hear for yourself. I press the speaker button, and a few seconds later, my mother's voice drifts into the room.
Hello, darling. Just checking to see what time you're coming over. And are you happy with fish and chips for dinner? Call me back. Love you, kiddo.
By the time I hit stop, tears are pouring down Jammy's face, and I sincerely hope the last remaining vestiges of his fears are falling away as well. I have one more thing to say. I take hold of his hands and inhale, ready to say the words I feel deep in my heart, in my soul, in every part of my body. I love you too, Jammy. So very, very much. He flings himself into my arms, causing me to fall back into the sofa. His whole body weight covers me like a blanket, and while he sobs and takes everything in, I lie underneath him and rub my hands soothingly along his back. Take all the time you need, I whisper gently. He does. Minutes pass by, but he needs this. I need it too. Life really is a funny old thing, isn't it? Never in a million years did I think a random voicemail I mysteriously didn't delete from my mother would come into play at such a pivotal moment in my life. Or that having an incredibly hot one-night stand with a sexy guy who prevented me from uttering even a single word would lead me to declaring my love to the very same guy many months later. We weren't ever supposed to see each other again. And now I can't imagine my life without him. When he's ready, Jammy peels himself off me and wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. Are you okay? I ask. He nods. Yeah. I reach for his hand and hold it. When I arrived in Brookhaven, I was lost and conceited. My whole life was in shambles. I was in the midst of grieving my mother. But also my life wasn't panning out the way I wanted it to. I was closed off and emotionally numb. What's worse, I had no idea how to go about changing any of it. I'm 43 years old, so I thought, well, I suppose it's just how I am. I wipe a stray tear from his cheek. I wasn't looking for love. It was quite honestly the last thing on my mind, but then I found you. A small smile forms on his lips. I like how our relationship has evolved, I say. Nothing's felt forced or rushed. We haven't dated in the traditional sense of going out for dinner and a movie. You're right. We prefer the Great British Bake-Off and Friends. I grin. You're so cheeky. You love it. I brush a lock of hair behind his ear and, leaning closer, to murmur, I do, Jeremy. I love everything about you. Everything. I place extra emphasis on that last word, and he gets my meaning. Why did you never tell me your mom had a stutter? Because, don't you see, it doesn't matter. It's never mattered to me. Whether it's a stutter or a physical impairment or even someone's freaking eye color or bloody waist size, all of those things are just one part of a person, and usually they're not the most interesting thing about them. Jeremy bobs his head, and I can feel the difference now. He's not just listening to me, he's actually hearing me. I love you, Jeremy, every part of you. You're kind and funny. You're a great baker. Have a big heart. Your eyes, your smile, your earrings, your stutter. How you're super groggy first thing in the morning. The way your ass tastes. All of it. I love all of you. He leans forward, breathing hard over me. I love all of you too. He kisses me. I close my eyes as our lips linger over each other's. This is what love feels like. After 43 years, having come close but never finding the real deal, after giving up all hope that it would ever happen to me, I finally found it. I found him. Eventually, we get up and get ready for bed. It's a familiar, almost mundane nighttime routine of brushing teeth, washing faces, and getting changed into our sleep clothes. But it feels different tonight. As Jeremy steps out of the bathroom, turning the light off behind him, my gaze travels down the length of his shirtless body. He's beautiful, there's no doubt about that. But it's more than just that. Even though our initial connection was based on an undeniable physical attraction, tonight we've come full circle. It's a completely opposite bookend to the night we met. It's been heartfelt, emotional, and most importantly of all, we've both been using our words. Perhaps the biggest surprise of all is that I'm the one articulating my thoughts and feelings to him. It might not seem like much to anyone else, but for me to open up to someone like this, to express all the swirling emotions inside of me, well, it's more than I ever thought I was capable of. I hope I've played a small role in making Jeremy feel comfortable and opening up to me and not being self-conscious about how he speaks, because he's done exactly the same thing for me without even realizing it. The sexy baker with the killer bod and intriguing eyes has managed to achieve the one thing no one else ever has. He's finally got me talking. Epilogue. Jeremy. 2 years later. And the new range? They're over there, Tommy, the production manager, points out. He crosses the warehouse floor with me to the latest line of treats we're introducing. While affordability is and will always be a core component of our business, I'm also aware that there is a market for high-end treats. The last 2 years have taught me a lot about running a business, and one thing I don't like to do is leaving money on the table. 'Cause I'm a boss like that. That's why I'm excited. Jote is launching a new line of exclusive treats. Hey, if people are prepared to fork out double our current prices to spoil their beloved pets, who am I to stop them? I asked the marketing team to come up with a cool name for the exclusive range, but none of the suggestions they came up with impressed me all that much. So I went with my gut, another new and crucial business skill I'm still honing, and went with a name I came up with myself. The new line is called the Monty Range. No guesses needed for where I got the inspo.
I pick up a packet of chewy, cheesy organic dog treats and carefully inspect the red, white, and blue details of the packaging. Everything from the name to the visual branding has a deliberate British feel to complement the posh vibe and price tag of the treats. I smile not approvingly. This looks very good. Tommy claps me on the shoulder.
Glad you're happy with it, boss.
I still haven't gotten used to hearing people call me that. Don't know if I ever will. This was nothing more than a pipe dream I started in the bakery and continued developing in Monty's kitchen. Success for me was being able to make a little extra money on the side to supplement my measly baker's wage. Now, I've had to quit the bakery and hired 20 staff. Jote is on the way to becoming one of the most popular animal treat companies in America. My thoughts roam back to when I was developing treat ideas in Monty's kitchen, except that wasn't the only thing that was, pardon the pun, cooking at the time. We were falling in love with each other. And even though I lacked self-confidence at the time, Monty never did. He was able to look past one aspect of me to see the totality of who I really was. To say his belief in me was life-changing would be an understatement. His support, encouragement, and unwavering conviction spilled over and allowed me to access those very same things. I'd been holding myself back for so long, I hadn't realized how much I limited myself by the one thing I hoped others wouldn't define me by. Those days are well and truly over. I run my company like the boss that I am. I'm strong, firm, fair, and completely unafraid to use my voice. Because Monty is right. It is a beautiful voice, now that I'm hearing it properly for the first time. I glance down at my watch. I need to go.
Doctor's appointment?
Tommy guesses. I nod, sighing heavily. Afraid so.
Good luck.
Tommy smiles.
And give my best to Monty.
Will do. I smile and wave to employees as I head out of the warehouse, but there's a coil twisting in my stomach. As great as the business success is, and as strong as Monty and I are as a couple, there is one thing that's gotten progressively worse these past 2 years. Monty's health. I hoist myself into my open-top Jeep and make my way through the sand-covered streets of Monte Rico to our place. Oh yeah, Monty and I left the U.S. for Guatemala about a year ago. He's taken up a research position with a turtle conservation organization, and I've set up Jote operational headquarters here, since it's more economically feasible than back home. Gotta keep those production costs down, right? Monte Rico is a cute little seaside town. It's got distinctive black sand beaches and a totally laid-back lifestyle we've both grown accustomed to. The locals here have welcomed us with open arms. Living here feels like being on a permanent holiday. Monty's waiting for me in the driveway when I pull up to our house.
Hey, gorgeous,
he says, planting a kiss on my cheek as he hops in. I smile. Hey, gorgeous, yourself. I take off, and we don't stop talking for the entire 45-minute drive to the medical center. Monty's been diagnosed with Meniere's disease. It's an inner ear condition that causes a number of things, including vertigo, headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, and most scarily of all, hearing loss. That explains why Monty was getting those headaches and feeling unwell. We don't know for sure what caused it or when it started, but something must have happened on his flight from London to New York that triggered it, and it only got worse from there. There's no real cure for it, but with a combination of physical, vestibular rehabilitation, and pressure therapies, we're hoping it'll slow the rate of hearing deterioration as much as possible. But we're also not fooling ourselves and denying the painful truth, which is that as he gets older, Monty's likely to lose more and more of his hearing, which makes it all the more important to make the most of every moment we have when he can still hear as well as he does. I pull into the parking lot to the medical center and cut the engine. Monty looks over at me, pinning me under those intense eyes of his.
I'm so sorry this is how we're having to spend our 2-year anniversary.
I don't accept the premise of your apology. He smiles, but there's sadness in his eyes. I reach across the middle console and take his hand in mine. Hey, the problem shared is a problem halved. Remember? His smile grows warmer.
Remind me who said that again?
this hot British guy with sexy silver hair and a very talented tongue.
Well, maybe once we're done here, we can go home and that certain sexy Brit can put that talented tongue of his to good use.
I lift a finger. Only if it's good news. Which, thankfully, it is. The doctor informs us that, after the latest round of tests, Monty's hearing hasn't worsened at all. Given he's healthy and doing all the supplemental treatments he can, that's a very encouraging sign. One that puts us both in a very good mood for our drive back home. I'm so happy you're doing well.
As am I, darling. As am I.
We'll get through it, Monty. Whatever happens, I'm with you every step of the way.
I know you are.
As much as I hate what he's going through medically, it does give me a chance to look after him for a change. It's not always easy because, as I've discovered these past 2 years, Montgomery Smith can be an extremely stubborn man when he wants to be. And as he's come to know over these past 2 years, so can I. When it comes to medicines, doctor appointments, and his therapy, I am hardcore militant about it. I dropped the ball once and didn't make Monty go see a doctor when he should have. I'm never making that same mistake again. Our refrigerator door is lined with calendars and spreadsheets so that not one single thing falls through the cracks.
There actually is something I need your advice about,
Monty says once we step inside our gorgeous villa, right on the ocean. What's that? Monty drops down onto the white leather couch, sighs loudly, and holds his phone up. You're not an iPhone user. I get it. I'm only half kidding, since I have tried to get Monty to give up his Samsung numerous times. Screw not trying to change your partner. I miss seeing those bouncy dots when we text. But he's stubborn as hell. His chuckle quickly morphs into another sigh. Something's up. Luckily for me, Monty's a lot more open about his feelings, and I don't have to wait that long to find out what's playing on his mind.
To delete or not to delete? That is the question.
I nod immediately, knowing what he's referring to. It's a topic that seems to come up on the anniversary of his mother's death, as well as our anniversary.
On the one hand,
he begins,
if I delete her voicemail, I'll lose my final connection to her. But on the other,
he exhales loudly.
Isn't it time to move on?
He looks up at me pleadingly, but this isn't my decision to make, it's his. I can share my opinion, but he has to decide what to do. I'll support him whatever he chooses. I think it's good to keep it. I reach for his hand. You have moved on. You don't check it as often as you used to, and like you said, it's a way to stay connected to her. Monty squeezes down around my fingers.
And she did help to bring us even closer together.
Exactly. I smile, remembering the moment he played the voicemail to me exactly 2 years ago today. I would have gotten there eventually, believing him that he loved me for me and that my stutter didn't matter to him. But hearing his mom's stutter shortcutted that.
I'll keep it,
he decides, placing his phone down on the coffee table. When he next glances up at me, his eyes have clouded over. The contemplative look on his face has been wiped off, replaced with something much sexier.
I believe I was promised a reward if the doctor gave us good news.
I tap my chin. Really? Sure you're not misremembering things in your old age?
I'll give you old age, you cheeky little shit.
Monty lunges onto me and starts tickling my ribs. We fall back into the soft pillows on the couch. Stop it. I cry in between fits of laughter. He's on top of me, his body weight pinning me down into the plush sofa. He's just the right amount of heavy. He's stopped tickling me, and his hands are manacling mine over my head. His voice deepens to a growl.
Seems like a reward has to give way to punishment.
What did you have in mind?
Let's see.
He lets go of my hands and runs his fingers down the sides of my chest, resting them just above the waistband of my shorts.
Pants off, legs up in the air, my tongue buried in your ass.
I pretend to consider it for a moment. That sounds like a tough but very fair punishment. Monty smirks as he leans down and starts smothering my neck with kisses, his stubble rasping against my skin. He lifts my shirt as far as it will go and works his way lower, kissing my chest, licking my nipples, and nibbling his way down my abdominals.
These will have to come off,
he says, pulling the drawstring of my shorts. I arch my back off the couch. He pulls my shorts and briefs down my legs and helps me kick out of them one leg at a time. His fingers grip my hips, and I slide down closer to him, hooking my arms around the backs of my knees to lock my legs into place in the air. Monty drops to his knees on the floor, positions his mouth right at my entrance, and starts lapping away. I close my eyes and succumb to the sensation. His tongue swirls and swipes my hole, poking in as far as it can reach. Heat swirls through me as the sounds of Monty's slurping mingle with my moans in the salty air. He presses into my cheeks and gently spreads me wider.
So good.
His response is muffled. Guess it is hard to talk with a mouthful of ass, but I can tell he's in his happy place, just like I'm in mine. If we want an anniversary tradition, this should be it. Monty stops eating me out and positions his head so he's looking up at me, saliva dribbling down his chin.
Does that mean we would have to stop doing it every night?
Hell no. He quirks a brow.
Thought so,
he quips, before diving back down and driving me to the brink of ecstasy. As amazing as this feels, I don't want to come, not yet, not like this. My hands find Monty's broad shoulders, and I give them a few taps. He stops what he's doing.
Yes?
Can you fuck me, please? Monty smiles, licking his wet lips.
Well, since you asked so politely.
We shuffle around. Monty climbs up over me. I wrap my legs around his lower back.
You ready?
He asks. I can feel the head of his cock pressing against me. I nod. Monty smiles and slowly starts to enter me. I'm slick enough from his rimming we're able to forsake lube, and we ditched condoms a long time ago, too. There's nothing like having the man you love more than anything or anyone slide into your body. I run my hands up and down Monty's arms as he continues filling me up. We release a breath in unison when he bottoms out. His eyes lock on mine, and I'm overcome with a flood of emotions. I love you, Monty, so much.
Love you too, darling.
He places the softest kiss on my lips.
And I love it when you say my name when I'm inside you.
I curl my hands around the back of his neck. I know you do. We make love that night, like we do most nights, close, connected, and wrapped up in the most intense, wonderful feeling in the world. I love Monty so much, so unconditionally. My heart feels like it wants to burst out of my chest. And I know he feels the exact same way about me. I never thought I'd find someone who could love me for me, but Monty does. And by showing me how, He's given me the greatest gift in the world. He's made me love myself for the first time in my life.
Getting close, darling.
He grits out in between labored breaths.
Come in me, Monty. Oh, fuck.
He slams into me, his balls slapping against my body as I urge him on. Monty. Monty. Oh, Monty. A spray of warmth fills me up as Monty shudders through his orgasm. I stare up at him, watching his face contort with pleasure, the way his eyelids flutter and his mouth opens and closes like he's gasping for breath. When he's done, he opens his eyes, and all I see is love. A love so big, so full, so all-consuming, it almost brings me to tears. Monty carefully eases out of my body and rests down beside me, propping himself up on his elbow.
Is something the matter?
He asks, taking in my watery eyes. I'm happy.
I'm happy too.
He grins and swoops in for a kiss.
Are you ready for...
I nod. We've developed a new tradition over the past 2 years, and it's become our favorite thing in the world, the perfect ending to another day we got to share together. It starts off with sex and ends with... Monty helps me off the couch, and we walk hand in hand into our bedroom. I duck into the bathroom to wash up, since dried-up cum spilling out of my ass all night is no fun. Once I'm done, I head back into the bedroom. We have a salt lamp in the corner, so there's always a gentle pink glow in the room. It's dark enough to sleep, but light enough to still make out the outlines of my sexy boyfriend waiting for me in bed. I hop in, and we instinctively roll on to the side facing the ocean. The warm night air wafts in through the open window, the white curtains billowing. I'm big spooning Monty.
Are you sure you want to do this?
He asks over his shoulder like he does every single night. And I give him the same response I always do, every single night. Yes. He smiles warmly at me before turning back around, getting his head comfortable on the pillow. I scoot up the bed a little higher, so that my mouth is right behind Monty's ear. It's funny to think that for years, I was so self-conscious about the way I sounded, I only ever spoke the bare minimum I had to. Now you can't get me to shut up. I lean forward and start whispering into Monty's ear. Half the time I don't even know what I'm saying. It's never anything important, just bits and pieces from my day, something someone at work said, or an article I read online. It doesn't matter what the words are. It's that he can hear them. His eyes are firmly shut, and his breaths have become long and deep. He's off now. I stop talking, but before I roll over onto my side of the bed, I add in one more thing. It's the same wish I make every night before I go to sleep. I want to do this forever. Because, as we're both well aware, there will come a day when Monty won't be able to hear me anymore. Monty. 25 years later.
That day came about 6.5 years later. I started experiencing vertigo and dizzying spells where I literally tripped over my own feet and would fall over. They came randomly, unexpectedly, and unfortunately with ever-increasing frequency. It was a petrifying time. My body didn't feel like it was mine anymore, and I knew the end for my hearing was coming. And it did. I lost all hearing in my left ear and 85% in my right. The only thing that got me through it was Jeremy. I crumbled and was a complete mess. There were stretches of times, days, sometimes even weeks, where I wouldn't get out of bed. I stopped eating and even came close to losing the will to live, if I'm being perfectly honest. But my own stubbornness had never encountered a force like Jeremy Cohen. He was patient and understanding when he needed to be. He knew when to push and, just as importantly, when to leave me alone. And when the time called for it, he summoned me to action, to finally get up and get on with my life. Because while losing my hearing was horrendous, he reminded me that life could still be beautiful, and that I had, and still do have, many, many things to be grateful for, including still having some hearing, which, thankfully, through some blessed miracle, I have managed to hold on to all these years later. I couldn't be happier we got through that rough patch, otherwise we'd never be here. I always knew we'd grow old and gray together, I say, sitting on our porch, rocking in a rocking chair. These days our porch happens to overlook the Pacific Ocean and wraps around a $75 million mansion. And those quaint old-fashioned rocking chairs people used to sit on have been replaced by mechanical, individually customized heated recliners that read your vital signs and give you a full body massage. The only thing they can't do is go to the bathroom for you, although I'm sure someone somewhere in some high-tech research facility is working on that right now. Speak for yourself. Jeremy flicks his hand through his impressively thick mane of golden hair. No grays here, mister. Huh, you are only 52, I point out. Wait until you hit your late 60s like me. Monty. We both lean in closer, and I jut out my good ear, not wanting to miss whatever cheeky thing I can sense he's going to say. We both know you were already going gray when we first met. I throw my head back and laugh. There's not a day that goes by when I don't take a few minutes to give thanks for having Jeremy in my life, because it's true what they say, that as you get older, you value companionship and humor in your partner more than ever before. One thing they don't tell you is that sex in your 60s can be harder than anything you've ever had before. In unrelated news, I may or may not be taking medication for arthritis in my jaw, but if you think that's going to stop me from devouring Jeremy's ass several times a week, you'd be wrong. Very, very wrong. I'm so proud of you, baby. I raise my champagne flute into the air. Jote has become the best-selling animal organic treats business in the world, with a market cap in the billions. Yep, with a B. The company employs over 3,000 employees around the world, and as of last week, Jeremy stepped down as CEO so we can spend more time together. You built a global empire. You're the most decent, strong, capable man I know. And you've made me become a better person. I can't imagine my life without you. Happy 25th. And to you. Our glasses clink, and I love how confident and comfortable he's become. It took time, years, for him to overcome the shame and stigma he had about his stutter. I can't even begin to imagine the strength and fortitude he summoned to do that, but he has. And I couldn't be more proud. He takes a slow, thoughtful pull of his champagne. Should we take a listen? I nod and set my drink down on the table between us. Now how do I bloody do this? Jeremy laughs and rolls his eyes. Oldies and tech. I'll give you oldie. I wiggle my fingers to bring up the voicemail from my mother. People don't use cell phones anymore. It's all wearable tech these days. You'd think people would have objected to having a microchip injected into their bodies, but humanity is wondrous and oftentimes completely dumbfounding. We all have devices implanted into us these days. I tap out the right combination with my fingertips, and the message plays. Hello, darling. Just checking to see what
time you're coming over? And are you happy with fish and chips for dinner? Call me back. Love you, kiddo."
I'm grinning as I listen to my mother's voice. It's my biggest unfulfilled wish for her and Jeremy to have met, but somehow, taking one moment a year to listen to this message, and for that day to be our anniversary, acts as a bridge between the two most important people in my life. I'm so glad Jeremy encouraged me to keep her voicemail, and I'm even more glad that I took a chance and opened up to Jeremy all those years ago. Love doesn't know math or gender. It's like lightning. It just strikes out of the blue. We've always been exclusive and monogamous, so I haven't had the need to explore my sexuality, or even to define it. I have no need for labels like gay, straight, bi, or pan. I'm so glad they work and are helpful for others, but for me, there's one perfect word that sums things up for me. His.
Should we go inside?
Yes, I suppose so. The breeze is picking up. We get up as the android bot quietly whooshes past us to collect our glasses and clean up after us. We make our way to the bedroom, and I shut the door behind us, leaving the rest of the world filled with machines and robots out there. In here, only two people matter. We move with the practiced ease, knowing every last detail about each other's bodies and how they respond. I rim Jeremy until my jaw seizes up. We make love, staring into each other's eyes. And then we finish the day lying on our sides, doing what's become the most wonderful, most precious thing to me. Jeremy's big spooning me as he whispers sweet nothings into my ear. He really does have the sexiest voice, and even though I have to strain to hear it, I fall asleep with a huge smile on my face, feeling safe and happy, and so grateful to have found my one true love.
This concludes Got Me Talking by Casey Cox, narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2022 by Casey Cox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Cox and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.